这边好像还没录完。
会不会太少？
对，
有点
那个他还要给主持人还要拿一个平板吗？
好。
所以现在你可以帮我看一下，就是你打这个标题，然后看一下你的 YouTube 有没有这个 live。
有没有正常？
对，可以看一下。这边网络可能有点，不过我看一下有没有声音。对，网络有点慢吧。好像有声音。
对，这个可以随时重复提醒他，因为有时候
它是一个什么？正在等待，是这个。
那个是原本预设的，然后你可以那个这边
都可以提醒，
它
都会有，全程都会。中场休息前是量很大，确定的。可以随时重复提醒。好，可以。
所以有声音嘛，对不对？好，是 WiFi。
有，是那个，对，正常的都一定会多少。那是要登slide。
哦，对耶，那个没有跟我讲是怎么样。对，然后
你想 slide 我们刚有测试 YouTube 已经都有看错了
OK 啊，
然后只是那个 slide
就是，
然后还有那个说要用 EVTO 的账号的话，
那个等 ETO 的人来。
哦，好，
就我觉得就算了，就我们用那个分享，
这个
然后分享到我们的分到哪边去？当分享到，哎，你这个
就可以了。
对啊，
哦，就是比如说 FB 直接贴这个网址这样，
对，就可以
，OK，
就可以分享了。
好，
那就应该登录我们的
讲中文你可以吗？
讲中文。
哦，好，Hello Andrew，你听得到吗，Andrew？
Hello，有听得到，听得到。
你要不要现在测试一下，看看你的那个设备有没有正常？比如说分享画面。
好，可以啊。
好的，好的，谢谢。
那我可以直接分享。有，可以。记一下。这样有看得到吗？
OK，好。
那我如果开始的话，看看。这样有显示出来是 OK 的吗？还是？
是全画面对。
全画面 OK，好，那这样 OK。
好的，谢谢。
不会。
可以的，可以。是轻快的旁边。是3点，对，3点。也可以。
所以，那等一下，如果大概需要开始的时候，可以跟我说一下，谢谢。
Facial mask must be worn at all time, and cell phones must be switched into vibration mode. Also, interpretation service is provided during the meeting. On the WebEx meeting, please click on the globe icon on the left-hand side corner and select the language you would like to listen to. Thank you for your cooperation. 各位贵宾，活动即将开始，请尽速入座，并将您的手机调整为静音。活动进行中，请全程佩戴口罩，并请不要在会场饮食。另外，欢迎有需求的观众使用口译接收器，或者直接登入 WebEx 网页，点击画面左下方的地球标示，选择语言，并聆听口译。感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the EU-Taiwan Youth Climate Forum, Building a Greener Future. Your Excellencies, honored representatives and officials, community leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. 2022 is the European Year of Youth, highlighting the importance of youth in building a sustainable future. As EU and Taiwan are like-minded partners, our solid friendship has inspired us to rise to the challenges hand in hand. We hope this forum will not only strengthen bilateral ties between the EU and Taiwan, but also create a platform for the younger generation to exchange innovative ideas about climate actions. On behalf of the European Economic and Trade Office, EETO, I'm delighted to welcome you to this gathering. And to keep the event running smoothly, speakers are suggested to arrange their speaking time properly. There will also be a placard at the back of the venue to remind speakers during presentations. We appreciate your cooperation. 使活动顺畅进行，请留意各位的发言时间，为适当提醒所有讲者，会场后方亦有举牌提示。感谢各位贵宾的配合。Now, we're honored to have Representative Philip Jagodzewski, the head of European Economic and Trade Office, to give us his welcome remarks. Join me in welcoming Representative Jagodzewski.
叶主任，好像这个麦有一点问题吧？现在呢？
不行，现在好，我再次开始。叶主任秘书，苏院长 ，my good friend，David Stanker，捷克的代表好像还没到。好像很快会到。尊敬的贵宾，各位先生、女士，大家午安。我很荣幸在这里和大家一起参与欧盟台湾青年之声气候论坛。作为欧洲经贸办事处的处长，2019年欧盟气候信用周是我首度参与的活动之一，我很高兴今年再次在台湾展示欧盟对气候议题的承诺。I'll now switch back to English. This year, we are celebrating youth and focusing on the role of young people in building a better and greener future. Climate change affects the younger and future generations most. But young people are also the biggest drivers of change. Many young people in the EU and in Taiwan are already playing a vital, active role in addressing the climate change and the climate crisis. And that's them who are taking action, and we will hear today some of them during the meeting today. And the adverse effects of climate change are being felt around the world and threaten our planet and its people. And Taiwan is no exception. As an island, Taiwan is especially vulnerable to climate change and will face serious challenges in the future. And rising temperatures, sea levels, increased severity and frequency of droughts, storms, floods, unpredictable weather patterns, water shortages, loss of biodiversity are all threats to Taiwan. You can see yourself effects of climate change in Taiwan. There are no typhoons anymore. We cannot close schools and offices because of typhoons. There are no typhoons now, but it's raining all the time. So it's different than it used to be. So this is how you see the climate change with your own eyes in Taiwan. The European Union, as you know, has been at the front line of the global fight against climate change and has led the way by investing in realistic technology solutions, empowering citizens and young people and aligning action in key areas such as industrial policy, finance and research, whilst ensuring social fairness. So we are doing what we can within the European Union. All sectors of society and economy are playing a role, from the power sector to industry, mobility, buildings, agriculture and forestry. We're trying to have this comprehensive view of actors playing a role in climate change. The transition to a climate neutral society is both an urgent challenge and an opportunity to build a better future for all. This is why the European Union actively supports its international partners in climate action, and together with Taiwan, we want to shape a more sustainable future. The EU is leading international efforts to fight climate change, and its expertise in low carbon best practices and solutions across a wide range of industries and sectors, I believe, can help Taiwan reduce its carbon emissions. We are proud to promote the European model in Taiwan, to build together a sustainable economy and to pursue ambitious climate and energy policies. And you can see here the representatives of EU member states, Hungary, Czech Republic, who are here ready to share with you their views and their best practices. During the whole week, EU Climate Action Week, we are organizing several different events to raise awareness and mobilize Taiwan society, especially young people, to contribute to limiting the effects of climate change. And here I'm really grateful to Professor Su and to Mark for bringing this maybe a little bit abstract idea of climate change to the university, to young people. So it's so good to see young people interested in the topic and willing to take action. The young activists and climate experts that we'll hear during today's forum all share the common goal of building a better and above all greener society. And we are particularly privileged to be able to bring together such talented and competent speakers from both the EU and Taiwan. And I would like particularly thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Paolo Caridi, head of unit at the Directorate General for Climate Action, who will deliver a speech in a few minutes, despite the time difference with Brussels. It's very early morning in Brussels, so we are grateful to Mr. Caridi for waking up early to share his views with us here in Taiwan. And the choices we make today will define our future. We need to encourage and empower the younger generation to find new ways to tackle this collective challenge. This is not an idealistic or a naive pursuit, it's very concrete. It's about staying true to our values, listening to science, strengthening our economies and building a better future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jagoszewski, for your inspirational message. Now, we're delighted to invite the representative of EU Presidency, Representative Davis Deco, Head of Economic and Cultural Office of the Republic in Taipei, to say a few words.
Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry for our late arrival. I'm happy we made it. Dear Minister Chang, dear Philip, distinguished colleagues, and most importantly, dear students, I'm really happy that quite shortly on my arrival to Taiwan, it's been just 1 week, I have the occasion and the honor to address an event which is organized at Taiwan National University, which I can assure you has an outstanding name in academia all around the globe. And thank you very much, Philip, for having me on board. You might be wondering why a diplomat like me dares to speak on climate and on youth. Well, there are two reasons for this. Firstly, I'm representing Czech Republic, a country that holds the rotating EU presidency this semester. And secondly, and most importantly, environmental and climate issues are very closely related to diplomacy, which is my job, as they cross national borders and require joint and coordinated action. Well, the evidence is clear that according to the recent data, approximately 3.6 billion people live in a condition that is vulnerable to climate change. Increasing extreme weather and climate events of different nature have exposed millions of people to acute food insecurity and even worse, reduced water security, effectively hindering efforts to meet sustainable development goals. Climate change is already contributing to human crisis and is increasingly driving instability and forced displacement. Recently, the brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine has significantly deepened these problems. It has caused a huge humanitarian crisis in Europe, as well as energy and food crisis on a global scale. All this jeopardizes the efforts for climate protection. Ukraine has somehow unexpectedly but understandingly become the key focus of the rotating Czech EU presidency. But we must not forget that the Indo-Pacific and the green agenda, together with climate security, are also on top of our priorities. An example of linking those two priorities of the presidency in green diplomacy and cooperation with the Indo-Pacific is an international conference dedicated to the protection of wildlife that we organized in Jakarta, Indonesia, in mid-September. So this is just one of the concrete contributions to the EU's cooperation in the Pacific. As I said, we face serious multiple crises today. Global energy and food crisis, rising inflation, economic consequences of COVID-19, and COVID is still with us. We're not allowed to forget about climate. It has potential to compound other crises and undermine international peace and security. We all share one climate, and we already face adverse impacts of climate change. No country can save the climate alone. Even the EU cannot save the climate alone, as it emits less than 10% of the global emissions. We have to find solutions together, and I can assure that there is no sustainable development and there is no peace if we do not save the climate. Last but not least, about young people. One of the biggest assets young people have in the climate fight is the ability to make themselves be heard on a global scale. We, all the generations, have a huge responsibility to foster and to encourage young people's goals to conserve the planet. We have to listen as they recognize that the toll of the climate change is on their shoulder. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative, for your beautiful words. Now, we're honored to have Jun Hongye, Chief Secretary from the Environment Protection Administration, Executive in Taiwan, to deliver his remarks.
谢谢。那么，谢谢欧盟经办办事处的高哲夫处长捷克经济文化办事处的 Stank 处长，以及匈牙利代表罗琳，那么台大的苏院长、执行长，各位贵宾、各位女士、各位先生，大家好。很高兴能够代表环保署来参加今天的这个论坛然后准备了几张投影片跟大家说明一下。我想整个气候变迁2050要达到净零是不只是国际的目标，也是台湾的目标。 所以不管是蔡总统或者是苏院长都已经有宣示2050要净零排放。那我们也把它修在我们现在的已经在立法院完成1读的气候变迁因应法里面已经进到这个法律。那这个法律呢已经经过1读，那有一些的条文保留，我们环保署正在跟这些保留条文的委员在做立法院的协商希望在这个会期能够顺利完成立法那这个呢是我们在跳了一张前一张是
这一张吗？
对。那么整个2050的路径上面呢，我们大概是有4个策略包括能源转型、产业转型、生活转型跟社会转型那么有2个基础呢，一个是在技术技术，因为以目前的技术，即使要达到2050的净零是不可能的。那我们只能在2030之前，尽量以目前最好的技术能够来落实生根。那在这个同时呢，去研发新的技术，所以希望在2030之后能够有新的技术进来。我想全世界大概都是这样子目前新的技术的这个低碳或者是负碳的技术的是非常重要所以是技术的研发另外一个就是法律，在法律的基础上面那法律基础我想就不只是我们在环保署的气候变迁因应法，我想在经济部有相关的很多的法律，包括氢能的管理法啦等等的这些，可能都是后续要去加强的。好，那这个呢是在今年3月30号里面所宣布的要净零的12项的关键的战略。那么12项里面，我想有2项第8项这个是资源循环零废弃那这个很重要因为资源能够重复的使用，才能够检讨排碳所以资源循环零废弃以及第10项的净零绿生活。那生活习惯的改变也是将来要达到净零的。从国际上面的报告最终呢可能会有8%的减碳是必须从生活形态的改变这边来所以这2块是环保署在负责。那我们现在也很积极的在研定了所谓的行动计划，那已经有草案出来。那目前是在跟社会各界在沟通包括开咖啡馆的方式，包括开论坛等等的方式来收集各界的意见。那这个行动计划呢，最晚会在今年会提出来那会有一个具体的这个计划的推动。好，所以我们在修法的这边除了刚刚提到的2050这个会入法以外，另外在修法里面的几个重点第一个就是碳定价那么要减少碳排放的话，碳定价是非常重要的。那我们会先从收碳费开始那如果是将来要走到进入之后碳税的话，财政部还在研议所以一开始会从碳费这边来开始。那第2个呢，就是气候变迁的调试我们原来的这个温室气体管理法里面没有调试的这个专章，我们增加了调试的这个部分的这个专章。那将来呢欧盟这边会收碳边境关税西边，那么在台湾这边的法条也会有这样子的这个规定也就是说输入到台湾的这个商品，如果它的排碳比台湾的排碳还高，我们还是一样会对这样子的商品会来收这个碳边境的关税那此外呢，就是订定各种产品的，比如说效能标准，或者是产品将来要有一些产品要强制它标示碳足迹，有些产品是鼓励它自愿来标示碳足迹。那这样民众在选择上就可以知道，他应该要选择比较低碳的产品，那哪些是低碳的产品所以这些呢都会在这个法律里面把它放进来。好，那刚刚提到的就是资源循环零废弃所以我们在这边这个零废弃的主要的目标呢，就希望说 能够从源头减量，所以各位可以看我们最近，比如说自带环保杯折扣5元，那这是其中一项。另外我们现在也推有一些的大卖场，我们希望它能够有一些的东西是裸卖的，不要有包装的那这个也是减少那另外大卖场的一些的包装，我们希望它能够回收利用甚至是产业界的，比如说我们电子科技业有很多的脆盘，让它可以重复的来使用，那这些呢都可以减少废弃物产生。所以第一个是源头减量然后第二个呢就是资源回收再利用那所以这些呢我们已经有定了目标，也定了这个策略。那很多关键性的这些产品，包括了我们现在一直在推离岸风电，在推陆域的风电。那这些风机将来除以后，它的散叶片要怎么处理？还有电动汽车，那我们这个电动汽车，那将来的锂电池在某一个时间里面它就会排出来，所以像锂电池的这些回收等等的，还有太阳光电板也是一样所以这些呢在后端都必须要建立它的一个回收再利用的这个体系。那这些呢都会在我们的资源循环联会器里面来建立这相关的好，那这个是净零绿生活那净零绿是我们主要从几个部分，第一个就希望是多元共享那多元共享的这一块呢，很重要的一块就是我们希望将来有很多的物品是用租赁来取代购买，那这个有什么好处呢？如果你今天呢你是跟他租的，比如说影印机好了我们过去影印机都是买断，对不对？那你常常影印机没几年就坏掉了。但是你如果是跟他租的话呢，那个厂商维修会维修的很好，那影印机的寿命就变长了所以租赁的这一块呢，如果能够去推动的话，即使它的这个产品我相信那产品就会做的跟大同电锅一样，一个电锅了用了10几年不会坏掉那不会像现在手机说用2年就直接换一台手机所以这个在资源的循环上是很重要的另外一个呢就是低碳的运输包括不管是自行车、电动车等等的这一些都是很重要然后零碳的这个建筑将来的这种被动式的建筑就必须要去在一开始房子设计的时候就必须要有一个自然通风，而不要很多都是要靠机械了等等的通风然后遮阴然后屋顶上有太阳光电板等等的这些，在这个新的建筑里面希望能够去推动那另外的呢就包括了整个这个绿色饮食绿色饮食的这一块也是一样，饮食不要浪费那么全球有很多的地方还是在饥饿的这个状态所以我们在饮食的这一块也会去推动好，下一页好，所以今天很高兴那么因为今年呢刚好是欧盟这个设定为欧盟青年年那么希望我们也能够多听青年人的这个意见，来作为我们后续呢在推动整个净零的这个策略还有路径上面的参考那非常谢谢，也祝今天的论坛能够顺利成功，谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank you, Chief Secretary Ye, for your informative sharing. Now, we're much delighted to have Dr. Gongda Su, Sean Monnet Professor and Dean of College of Social Science, National Taiwan University, to give us some remarks.
各位高代表捷克代表 Nccu， 还有这个匈牙利代表 Lawrence， 还有叶主任秘书，那么各位讲者、各位女士、各位先生、各位同学，大家午安。那我想今天重点是在听待会的各位讲者，还有包括欧盟的署长，这个气候变迁、环保相关的知识。那作为共同主办方，我就代表台湾欧洲联盟中心和台湾大学社会科学院欢迎大家。那么尤其是欢迎这个各位讲者、欧洲的官员，包括我们自己的官员跟年轻 一代的对话。因为气候变迁，我想对年轻一代影响，我们要为下一代有一个更好的未来，那势必我们现在要有更多的对话，那么也有更多的互动。On behalf of the European Union Center in Taiwan and College of Social Sciences at National Taiwan University, I just here welcome all of you to host and to attend this forum. And this forum focuses particularly on the dialogue with the young generation, and which is important because now we focus on the climate change for a brilliant future, a better future, but a better future is for a better generation. So that's important to have this dialogue. And I just wish you big success and all of you good health. Thank you. 谢谢。
Thank you, Dr. Su, for your words. Now it's VIP group photo time. We would like to invite honorable guests with VIP badge to come in front of the stage. Honored representatives who have just delivered opening remarks, please stand in the center.
So we can take off the mask, right? So we have here.
现在请刚才佩戴红色还有黄色名牌的来宾一样站在两侧进行合影。Thank you, honorable guests. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're honored to have Mr. Palau Kurdi, Head of Unit for Communication, Civil Society Relations, and Climate Pact, Director General for Climate Action, to give today's keynote speech.
Thank you very much. And yeah, it's really a pleasure to be here. As I was presented, I now the head of communication in the Director General for Climate Action. But until recently, I was in charge of international relations in the same Director General, and in particular, I was following relations with Taiwan. So I'm very close to Taiwan, and I have been holding this year and already a number of meetings, both with government and also with chambers of commerce. So just to say, this is a natural continuation of my activities somehow. I have prepared a PowerPoint, which I'm going to share. So I hope you can see it well. Yeah, I think I see it on your screen, so it looks like it works. So I'm going to basically very quickly, because that was already introduced by the previous speakers, both your representative and Czech President's representative, and in particular, of course, Chief Secretary already mentioned where we stand in terms of climate change. And I think my presentation will be a little bit longer, but mirroring basically what Chief Secretary Yungon said about what is our policy basically to fight climate change. So let me start with a quick reminder of where we stand in terms of where the planet is. So as you probably most of you know, International Panel on Climate Change made a report recently, the 6th report, which is still going on. They publish different reports on different topics. Key findings is basically that climate change is here and some effects are unavoidable, which means we need not only to reduce emission, but we need to get ready to adapt, which will be a challenge in all countries. Human life are at risk. The impact will be much stronger, basically, for the most vulnerable being not only the most vulnerable countries, but also within country, the most vulnerable people. There is still time to act, but the time is getting really short. Now, if you look, and I'm sure all of you or most of you have been seeing already, this shows where we have been in terms of emissions since the 60s until now. That's basically the blue part. Then the worrying part is, of course, the red line you can see there, which is sort of, well, what will happen if we do nothing? As you can see, there is need to substantially curb that trend to make sure to, well, 1.5 degrees is already very challenging, but to try and stay with an increase in global temperature, which is somehow below, well, at maximum 1.5. And well, we have been agreeing with the Paris Agreement on a global accord to move to basically to reduce emission, to make sure that we stay in the path which I indicated as a green path. And of course, as you all know, Taiwan is not part of UNFCCC, but I'm particularly glad that in spite of that, your government and your civil society are very much concerned, and you took also, you have a plan basically also to become carbon neutral by 2050, which is, I think it's very important as well, Taiwan being a considerable emitter. Now, what was agreed in Paris is pretty, well, it's, yeah, relatively simple, I would say. So the idea is that we should keep temperature below 2 degrees and try to stay below 1.5 degrees. And for that, every country, every party should take what we call nationally determined action, basically take pledges and then put domestic rules and legislation in place to make sure that globally we manage to achieve this. But as I mentioned before, adaptation, I mean, there are already impacts of climate change, which we can see, which takes different forms. In Europe, this summer, we have a terrible drought and highest temperature. I know typhoon in your part of the world are becoming stronger and stronger. And these are just the first sign we see of an increased effect of climate change, but much more will come, and we have to start building resilience, basically. Now, what we are doing at EU level, because if it is true, as one of the previous speakers said, that EU is less than 10% of global emissions, still we like to believe we need to lead by example, and we need to take ambitious actions. Now, first of all, we have been already doing quite a bit. You can see the trends there. We had 20% emission reduction by 2020, which we have overachieving. And not only in 2020, where you can see, well, I don't know how well you can see the graph, but of course there was a dip in 2020 because of the COVID, but the long-term trend is very clear. I mean, the economy grew by 60%, and at the same time we reduced emission by 25%, which also shows that reducing emission does not mean committing economic suicide. On the contrary, and I will elaborate on that. In the same way as Taiwan did, but I think we were first. We have been committing to being neutral by 2050, and we are preparing legislation to make sure this is already in law, and we are now in the process of adopting legislation to make sure this will happen with ambitious reduction already by 2030. And for that, what the EU has been created is the European Green Deal, which is composed of all these elements. All of them are important and interconnected, but of course, I would say the most important highlight is the increased EU climate ambition for 2030 and then for 2050. So 2050, I said it already, total decarbonization, 2030, 85% reduction. But that this was already shown also by Chief Secretary. It's also important to take a number of other actions on pollution, on biodiversity, on sustainable agriculture, on mobility, on buildings, etc., etc. And it's, in our view, equally important that we leave no one behind, because the kind of transformation which will be implied by total decarbonization will mean there will be loser and winner, and we need to make sure that loser, if there are helped, and basically no one really is left behind. This is extremely important to have a just transition, because we need our citizens to buy into this and to have everybody committed and concerned without disproportionate efforts for the most vulnerable part of the society. Now, this I already mentioned, decarbonization by 2050 in terms of net emissions, radical transformation. We believe all this is feasible. It's already feasible with existing technological and economic tools. But of course, we also believe that technology can help, but our plan are based on, let's say, the idea that we will not discover revolutionary technology, but we will be incremental progress in available technologies. Now, as I said, it's important to have long-term goal, decarbonization by 2050, but to be credible, you need to have short and mid-term targets. Now, we had already one, of course, before, but we realized that a 2030 target, but that was not enough to achieve full decarbonization by 2050. So we created a new target, which is also inscribed in law, which is a 55% reduction of greenhouse gas emission by 2030. How we are going to achieve that is through a legislative package, which sometimes called 50 or 55, which is basically 12 different policies, which you can see there. Let's say there are 4 blocks. So what you see in green, which is everything related really to emission reductions. Road transport, emission trading system, land use, new standard for cars, etc. Then you have bottom part, which is related to fuels, because in some area we will not be able to decarbonize, in particular aviation and maritime, and we need to find alternatives. Then you have a pink part, it's about renewable energy efficiency, crucial, extremely important, and especially now with invasion of Ukraine and the need to be energy independent, these two components are becoming even more important, and I'll say a word about that later. And then the whatever orange part or yellow part, which is about tax measures. So all that is a package, and all that is supposed to bring us to at least 55% reduction of our emission by 2030. The idea, as I said, is that we need to do this without destroying our economy. On the contrary, we believe that EU industry can become more competitive by having an early decarbonization and an early transition, and this will generate new jobs. It will radically transform climate, energy, and transport policies, but it will have also positive effect, in particular on health and well-being, which also will reduce costs basically for healthcare. We will align taxation on energy resources with our objective, which means we will basically make sure that the biggest emitter pay more. Higher use on energy efficiency, better energy efficiency and larger use of renewable energy, and as I said, support vulnerable citizens. Sorry, this is not what I wanted to show. Okay. I think I have a problem if my presentation is passing a lot of slides. Let me go back to, sorry, this one. Okay, this I basically mentioned it already. As I said, we need to be socially fair. There will be new job created, but there will also be disruption. There will be additional cost. We'll see that already now, basically with increased energy prices, and we will need to find a way to address that. And I'll show you a few ideas we have about that. Basically, this is the main idea, which is the creation of a social climate fund, which will be most below 72 billion euro over a 7-year period. And it's basically supporting households and very small companies, which will be affected by the higher prices generated by the emission trading system. But that's also part of the solution, because you also need to think about transition. So we should, in particular, support investment in energy efficiency and renovation of building. We should finance and help finance low emission and zero emission mobility, and then provide direct income support for vulnerable households as a transition measure, basically. Now, in terms of cars, or transport in general, we have a vision to have for car and vans a 55% reduction emission already by 2030, and basically go to zero emission by 2035. That's extremely ambitious because it's in 12 years. Which means not only stopping selling cars which are not either electric or other kind of zero emission, but it also means that we need to create an infrastructure in Europe which allows these alternative fuels and electricity to be available. One of the means is to include emission trading to cover the road transport by emission trading system. The same will apply also to heating for houses. This is basically to incentivize. So far, EU member states, so individual country, were in charge of reduction in road transport. Unfortunately, it happens that this is one of the most difficult sectors where to cut emissions, and we felt, and this is now well, there is no final legislation, but we have an agreement both in the European Council and in the Parliament that we should go into this direction. Very important, we need to decarbonize the energy system. This is crucial, of course, and these are the targets which are in proposed legislation, which is a 40% renewable energy target by 2030, which is pretty soon. But also a new energy efficiency target for energy consumption from 36 to 39%. This will even increase more because under REPowerEU, which is our, let's say, reaction to the energy crisis caused by the invasion of Ukraine and the war in Ukraine, we are now thinking to increase this target, in particular renewable, to go to 45%. It's in a different piece of legislation, but the ambition is already there. We need also to ensure that our nature is protected, because it also helps absorbing and storing carbon. So we all need to make sure that we have a sustainable management of natural resources, and in particular that we increase carbon sinks, which means that basically our forests absorb more carbon. Now, we used to have a target which was relatively low, 225 million tons of absorption. The current carbon sink is 268, and we want to increase that to 310. It might not look super ambitious if you look at the increase in percentage, but these are not the kind of policy you can do in one day. And in fact, it is a considerable ambition, and it includes planting at least 3 billion additional trees by 2030 and reducing dramatically deforestation as well. Now, We also want, and it was mentioned before, to make sure that our partners are also ambitious when it comes to emission reduction. As said, we are less than 10%, I think 8% of the latest figure of global emission are done in the EU. Of course, other developed countries should do their part, but we also strongly believe that we should also help our international partners, especially the developing countries, to do their part. And for that, basically, we have 30% of our neighbor development and international cooperation should support climate objectives. Doesn't mean it's necessarily purely climate project, but in 30% of a project, there should be a component which is about climate, can be emission reduction, and can be obviously adaptation as well. And this is not little money because, as you might know, 1/3 of world public finance come from the US member states. So we are speaking about a very considerable chunk of international development aid. And of course, in exchange for this, somehow we ask our partner to have a shared commitment and joint action to reduce emission, with the ambition that everybody basically should become carbon neutral by 2050. And of course, we work in international fora like United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, but also biodiversity, but also bilaterally with a number of our partners, and Taiwan is one of our partners as well, to find ways to cooperate towards emission reduction. Now, we do some outreach as well, both domestically and internationally, but I will focus on what we do domestically because I think since today the topic is youth and climate change, I wanted just to say a few words about how we listen, basically. The good news is that EU citizens are very concerned about climate change. We do regularly opinion polls every year, and we monitor very closely what's happening. So 9 out of 10 citizens believe that climate change is a serious problem. And I figure it's not fair, but a substantive majority also think it's the biggest problem we're facing. So we have the opinion with us somehow. And we created a European Climate Pact, which is part of a Green Deal, but it's very different from other bits because this is not a piece of legislation, it is a way to try and engage citizens to make sure that they take steps basically in their own environment to also help reducing climate emission and adapting to climate change. So these are basically the three key objectives. On a way, raise awareness. In the second, encourage action, but also connect citizens among them, make sure they talk and they help each other to learn about climate change. This is done through a number of things, a number of stakeholders with whom we talk, from public administration to multipliers, being people, let's say, who have opinion leaders or opinion makers, academia, businesses, education, and youth organization and networks. And now, in particular on youth, and I will finish with these 2 slides, basically, we really try to listen, and this is what we do overall with our Climate Pact. We have 3 million pledges. I think we are now at over 900 Climate Pact ambassadors, in fact, and 1/3 of them, so around 300, are young people between 18 and 30. So that's very important because it shows we have young people are much more concerned, I would say, than compared to overall population. We, in particular, our commissioner, our vice president, is meeting youth organization regularly. The picture you see here, it was during COP26 in Glasgow, but we also organize regular events here in Brussels and also all over Europe. we are really grateful basically to young people because the youth movement has been in the last year what made really climate change very on top of the political agenda, I would say. And I think the youth movement from the famous Friday for Futures to a number of other initiatives has been really helping moving the conscience of our political leaders so that we could move. We do a few activities. For instance, our plan, our future is an internet tool which we use for young people, but also for teachers, basically to in schools inform about causes, impact, but also what we can concretely do. We have this year, of course, is the European Year of Youth. And in that context, we have been organizing a number of climate-related events. Erasmus Plus, which of course it's our university exchange program, and we have been focused also on training on climate change. We have 160,000 people join this specific training. And lastly, we have European Solidarity Corps, which is an organization which allows basically young people to work on climate and environmental related issues across borders, so everywhere in Europe. So these are some of the examples of what we do in the EU, which I hope can also give ideas to young people globally. So this is the end of my presentation, and again, thank you for having me here, and yes, and goodbye.
Thank you, Ms. Cardi, for your speech. Please join me in expressing our appreciation again for Mr. Cardi. In the following session, we're delighted to invite youth fighting climate change both in EU and in Taiwan to share their experience. Let's welcome the moderator, Executive Director Yawen Chen from the Advanced Public Transport Research Center of Nccu to introduce the presenters. 让我们掌声欢迎台湾大学先进公共运输研究中心陈雅文执行长担任本场次主持人。那么在这个场次开始之前呢，我们想要先邀请主持人跟与会者，还有第一场的讲者来我们在台前一起进行合影。再次让我们掌声欢迎陈雅文执行长。
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, welcome to section 1 from Policy Dialogue. Shining a light on youth to build a greener future. I'm the no song. Hello. Hey. Yes, I got it. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this section. We will do a dialogue between youth people and all the connections. I'm Yawen Chen. I'm the moderator of this section. I'm doing the research in National Taiwan University, especially focused on advanced public transportation, which is also very connected to the climate change because we need to have a greener life. So we need to choose more greener modes, more greener transportation way. So I just want to ask, how many people go to here by bike? Raise your hand. By walk, by motorcycle, by your own car, another electric car, by taxi, anyone? So we can see, because we in our campus have a very good public transportation network. We have a very good metro system, and we have the bike sharing system. Just in our campus, we have so many bike sharing stations. So it's easier to use greener transportation, any transportation way, but only actually because in Taipei, we have the metro, we have so many bus lines, but not only, if you go to different cities and counties, you will find maybe public transportation is not easy. So that's why we need to do more. Okay, but today we will come back to the discussion with the young generation people. So we are very happy with this section. We have 4 speakers, and I see 4 speakers, yes, including 2 speakers in our academic side and 2 speakers from the different kind of NGOs. And each speaker will spend more than around 15 minutes to sharing their current situation facing climate change. So let's welcome the first speaker is our students come from our National Taiwan University. She is the Vice Director of Department of Sustainability in our Student Association. And she is also the Director of our National Taiwan University Climate Action Club. So let's give her a welcome with a big hand, and please come to here.
你是这个吗？这个啊，好。
不好意思，稍等一下。各位贵宾、先生、女士，大家好，我是台湾大学大气科学系3年级的学生，然后现在是台大学生会永续部的副部长。然后我今天想要来跟大家分享一些就是校园的气候行动会遇到的挑战跟机会。那我先介绍一下我们学校的学生会永续部。我们学生会永续部是2017年秋天成立的学生组织。那我们主要在着力于就是生态环境啊、化石燃料撤资、减废、气候变迁跟文化永续，就是永续的各个面向我们都会有涉及到。那我先讲一下关于减废这方面我们做了哪些努力。我们学校有一个非常有名的社团，或者也可以说是企业，就是 Nccu。那现在学校都有循环杯的服务。那我们之前有跟他们合作相关的展览，那以及呢，就是我们也会讨论学校学生餐厅使用的学生餐具，那它在这部分是否有真的循环使用，还是有哪些部分被浪费的？那在上个学期，我们是针对旧的衣物，因为我们知道纺织业是造成全球二氧化碳排放很大的一个部分嘛。那而且再加上现在可能大家就会想买新的衣服，那学生也是其中就是在衣服消费的很大的族群。那我们就针对就是学生的旧衣物，那去捐赠给其他单位，然后并且做一些这些的管理。 那关于气候变迁部分呢，我们会有一些相关的课程，就比如说我们会办理讲座，让学生部分就是对于气候变迁议题有更多的了解。那第3个部分是文化永续，就对于永续部分，很多人就会学的就只是环境面向或者生态面向而已，但其实社会面向也是其中很重要的一个部分。我们针对就是早期可能是针对比如说原住民的议题，那现在在7月的时候，我们有办理一个性别的工作坊跟讲座，就是针对就是性别的议题或性别空间使用的议题做讨论。那后面我想要针对就是我们上个学年比较在着重的部分，就是生态环境跟早期我们在做化石燃料撤资的部分来着手。那第一个就是我们在对于生态环境，其实最近是在做就是关于窗纱议题，就是鸟类其实它比如说台大其实有蛮多空间都是有很大的玻璃的窗户或玻璃的门，那鸟类就很容易就是不小心误撞到这个玻璃窗。在台大交流馆，大家也都会看到，就是都会到处大家会有拍，就说可能是有鸟类受伤啊，那我到底该怎么办？那我们就是针对预先的方式跟后面的处理都做一些讨论。那比如说关于窗纱防治如何做，我们就做一个懒人包。那并且我们后面有做工作坊，就是让大家亲自去我们是以鸟类贴纸的部分去贴在窗户上，那让鸟类可以知道这个空间不是可以穿过去的，所以就不会撞到窗户上了。那并且也会就是让这些就是来工作坊的同学，然后表达一下自己对于这方面的看法。那我们现在就希望可以推到更多校园的建筑物，毕竟鸟类窗纱的问题在校园还是蛮严重的。那第2个很重要的部分就是化石燃料的撤资议题。台大是亚洲第1所就是高污染高碳排撤资的学校，我们在2019年就是年底的时候就完成撤资。那这其实是一个非常不容易的过程，就是很多学校在这些撤资方面可能已经进行了10几年或者数十年都还是没有完成撤资。那台大这部分呢，就是在学长姐的倡议之下，然后还有就是学校的支持，那我们就完成了高污染高碳排的撤资。那如何做到这个部分呢？就我们是有跟一些外部单位，比如350台湾有进行合作，就是他们会提供一些知识分享的部分，比如说那时候就是跟气候行动社跟学生会永续部，那针对绿色金融或化石燃料这部分，然后做一些讲解。那学生端呢，在学习这些知识之后，就会把这些知识，比如说用粉丝专业去发一些懒人包或文章，让更多的学生可以了解到这个议题，并且进行实体的活动。那早期我们是针对就是空气污染部分，因为毕竟很多工厂就是它的高污染会影响到我们的健康，所以我们就进行空污的一个小小的游行。那后续呢，就是我们也就是会讨论，就到底要怎么如何推进。那最后也促使了就是校方做出这个承诺，然后并且有建立了投资的原则。然后这个撤资的就是过程，就大家有就跟350台湾合作那边就有记录一个撤资手册，就可以帮助其他学校，如果对于这个议题也很有兴趣，想要做的话，就可以参考这个手册。那我们永续部也有就是很积极的跟其他学校联络，就如果他们有需要任何经验分享的话，我们都很愿意协助。那除此之外，就是刚才可能是针对议题方面，但是就是如果是比如说知识普及或一些小的活动，要如何让气候变迁这些知识让更多人知道，或让更多人愿意行动，就落实在校园生活中。所以我们就有办一些短讲啊、导览、体验，还有一些闯关活动。那大概是今年初，就算疫情很严重，但我们还是办理了一个线上的闯关活动。就在这个闯关活动中，除了可以更了解就是台大 不管是校方或学生，到底针对永续或气候行动面向做哪些努力之外，然后也会在透过这个活动去收集一些学生数据，比如说我们就会收集有关学生宿舍，就是他们如何用电，或他们到底知不知道哪一些讯息，或者是有没有自主的习惯这些的。那后面我想要分为2部分，因为这个讲题有关，就是会希望我们分享关于挑战跟机会。那我就这部分就是分成列点处理。我觉得遇到一个很大的挑战是，就是学生就是虽然知道有气候变迁这件事情，但他就是可能有更在乎的其他议题，比如说台大在学生会，就是他们有联合选举。然后联合选举部分，就学代就会写他们的一些之后想要推行哪些事情。那我们就稍微进行了一下统计，就发现学生代表们呢比较在乎的议题是，比如说关于双语国家、关于国文必修是否是必要的、关于本土文化一些议题，或有些会在乎的是一些转型正义等等的。然后再可能刚好是今年初跟去年，大家会特别在乎是防疫的议题，就到底要不要线上上课，然后学校应该给哪些支持。再就是交通议题，刚刚有讲到，就是大家用什么交通方式来这边，或者是就是平常会使用哪些交通方式，其实跟我们的生活密不可分。那台大也有就是非常密的 U-Bike 2.0的网络，但是就是台大除了 U-Bike 2.0之外，就自己骑车也是占一个很大的族群。就是学生可能会针对这部分会觉得，为什么要让 U-Bike 2.0进入校园？因为它毕竟是一个企业，那就是它可能会压迫到学生使用自己的脚踏车的空间。那这部分就可以进行很多讨论，就是到底是哪种方式是比较好的。就是有一方论点会说用自己的脚踏车，那台大也会有一些比如说就有脱掉，然后到时候会2手车这样买卖这样子的。那它其实也是一个单车的循环，那你不一定要选择就是循环单车这个模式，就是这方面就也可以进行非常多的讨论。但是呢，就最大部分的同学其实最在乎的是预算决算，就是学生会如何使用它的经费。那我们会希望就是说未来，因为目前大概只有交通议题可能跟就是气候行动跟永续相关，就比较有密切的相关。那后续会希望说，针对气候变迁议题，可以有越来越多的学生在乎，然后并且就是会真正的去落实。那我认为第2个还蛮明显的挑战就是还是蛮缺乏跨组织的整合。就我想举就是蔬食地图为例，其实这几年大家都对于就吃素或吃蔬食有非常热衷这件事情，就是慢慢的有拓及到其他圈子。那不管是就是关于学生社团或学生会，或者是一些宗教性的社团，那大家都会去推出这个蔬食地图，就发现就是永续气候变迁是一个很跨领域的事情。那我们期望就是说，未来这些跨领域它不要只是在各个领域去做这件事情，而是可以结合各个领域所做出的努力，去推出一个更完善的东西。第3个挑战是，就是学校的资讯有些并不是很公开的，或者是我们要去跟校方单位合作是有困难的。就以撤资的部分为例，就是上面那3个是，就是比如说关于财务规划报告书、投资方针、决算预算书跟相关法规，这部分是可以在网络上看得到的，但其他一些细节就是可能是看不到，然后甚至在其他学校有些这些资料是不公开的。那关于下面就是跟撤资比较有相关的2个单位，就是关于校务基金管理委员会这部分是有学生可以有一个代表列席，但是其实也都只能赞成或否决，它并不能就是不可以去讨论提出议案这些的。然后甚至是就是投资管理小组是选定台大要投资哪些标的，这部分是没有任何学生参与的。那我们就希望未来呢，就是学生可以，就毕竟学生也是学校的一份子嘛，那可以 针对这方面，就是学校的重大决议，可以更了解或有更多决策的权利。后面我想分享的是，就是关于机会的部分。那今年台大有办这个 ESG 永续校园的创意竞赛，那它就会去让学生针对学校去做提案，然后并且就会有行政单位去辅助他们。那我认为这是一个很大的进步嘛，就是过往可能都是就是针对企业，但现在终于有一个针对校园的竞赛。再来是就是校外合作单位，刚才讲到撤资，其实很大部分是就有350台湾的伙伴的帮忙。那我们也会希望，就是说未来可能就是有更多的校外团体去给我们实施或任何上的合作。最后就是，再来这部分是想讲校内的课程。那台大也有气候变迁与永续发展的国际学位学程，我觉得是一个算真的有做到一些跨领域的气候变迁的讨论。那下面这几个是我有修过的课程，我自己是觉得对我的帮助是很大的。最后想讲的是，就是学生组织跟社团，因为毕竟我是有待过学生会永续部跟台大气候行动社，那我们就觉得有这样的学生组织团体，其实对于学生如果想要去落实这些气候行动是很大的帮助。那我的报告到这边，谢谢大家。
谢谢，谢谢。所以我们从刚刚他的那个我们同学的分享就可以看到，台大其实做了很多，不管是撤资的，就是这个行动撤资的部分。那其实我也想跟大家分享，其实跨域很难，跨校合作也不容易。但是呢，我们最近跟我们大家都知道，我们这个城南地区有3大校嘛，我们台大，然后旁边有师范大学，然后旁边还有一边是那个台湾科技大学，所以我们3校其实是可以交叉选课的。那这表示什么？表示吃饭的时候啊，大家就会就是在那里穿来穿去这样子，然后到公馆去买便当这样子。所以有2个困扰，第一个困扰就是每年9月开学的时候啊，脚踏车的新生骑脚踏车都有非常天马行空的骑法跟停法，所以会造成周边邻里很大的苦恼。因为可能他为了要用餐啊，为了要影印啊，然后就把这个社区的这个秩序，或者是人行通道的空间，甚至占用到车道这样。这是第一个。然后第二个是这么多的学生上下课，然后吃饭放学的时候，在这个3校里面穿梭，所以后来我们就是结合了做了一个大学之道的一个计划。其实它还在 ongoing， 对。然后就是希望说一起来把我们这个从公馆地区，然后从自来水博物馆下来这个地方的整个步行环境跟自行车的友善环境做得更好。因为我们南边那边那个师大的新的宿舍开放了嘛，所以从学生那边会提出来上课，人更多。所以这个时候呢，我们就结合这个交通部一起来啊，交通部更好在推动友善自行车环境嘛。那示范通学的示范是很重要的一块。那来到我们3校，刚好大家就是一拍即合，所以呢，就是从公部门、中央部门，然后地方政府，就是这个台北市交通局，然后我们3校的代表一起，然后大家就去场勘，然后看哪里该画标线啊，哪里红绿灯要稍微调整啊，然后就是这样子来做。所以这样子来做，其实这个沟通就很不容易了。大家因为每一个大家会有不同的立场跟看法，所以我可以想象，就是要推动这个气候变迁的每一个行动啊，不管是要舒适、要健康、要绿色交通，其实它都有很大的难处，但是需要大家一起来投入。所以我们一起去场勘的，就是有老师啊，然后有长官，也有很多我们学生的代表，这样就是蛮有趣的这样。那接下来我们要来到这个第2场次的部分。那第2场次我们邀请到的是这个政治大学利用旺同学，那他是这个 Green 24 Club 的这个代表。那这个他等一下会跟大家来介绍，在我们政治大学这样子的一个 club 怎么样来推动气候变迁，然后他们做了什么有趣的努力。来，让我们用掌声欢迎利用。
有，这上面有吗？
Hello, good afternoon, guys. I am Leon. I am from Nccu Green 24 Student Club, and my English name is Leon, and Chinese name is Huang Weijun, and I am a head of recruitment of this student society. And next one. And I am an NCCU third year student, which is my major is on philosophy, and my minor is political sciences and sociology. And interested and advocated on gender issues and sustainability. So, I'm going to introduce you about our club, about us and past experience, and as a young activist, how do we face the challenge? So, this is me. This is my Fridays for Future, which is held on April, at the end of April, and here is our team members and members. So, Green 24, this student society is established in 2019, and our mission is to increase and promote sense of environment and advocacy issues and such as climate change, circular economy, and reduce plastic waste and divestment, etc. So here is our main and core missions. And meaning behind Green 24 and what's the name come from? Green 24. Green 24 and is equals to green earth and 24 hours, and one day is 24 hours, and the name is Green Earth. In Chinese, the pronunciation of 24 sounds similar to the English Earth, and which means our clubs aim to strive towards building a green and sustainable Earth. So 24 also symbolizes the concept of paying attention to environmental issues 24 hours, all the time. So our club is basically a student lead club. Students can negotiate, initiate projects about topics that they are interested in and plan actions accordingly. And besides active participation in projects that we thought of, we also have gathering. Gathering. And also has a project base, which is we cooperated with Greenpeace. And here is a food truck. So here is we advocacy issues in Nccu. So Fridays for Future, Sustainable Lifestyle Week, School Divestment, and current local environmental issue advocacy on energy. And here is our past experience. So here is our plant-based project. It's a Green 24 Greenpeace vegan food truck, and it is a NCCU plant-based Facebook group on vegan and vegetarian food, and it is a screening event, vegan-friendly restaurant map for NCCU students. Near NCCU, we can see a lot of vegetarian restaurants, and here is the webinar. It's an online lecture. It's an online lecture, yeah. So it is a zero waste free market, big crops and crop performance, free food, second-hand items. And we create some banners to save the earth. And here is some activity photos. And it is called a zero waste free market. And 他们自己播吗？
这是影片吗？
这是影片。
哦，好，我看一下有没有影片。
谢谢。
你有2个影片吗？一个。
刚刚。
哦，刚刚那个吗？对。所以你这边是不是没有？所以这个不是你的影片？
不是，
这个不是。
没关系，没关系。
没关系嘛。
So as a young activist, we need to communicate it with each other, to communicate it to governments, communicate it with individuals, to know their thoughts, to know their past experience. So our club is call for green policy on supervised and education and food. Keep track on the latest 2050 net zero carbon report process. On education, government should bring people to high school regularly in order to educate the teachers and students about climate issues or global issues, and those for young delegates to become a political icon that could help young generation more efficiency on climate or environment issues. So opportunities and challenges for young activists. In my opinion, I think opportunities and challenges is passion and activism, and self-knowledge is our young activists opportunities. So the challenges is generation gaps between older generation. It is a core problem in our challenges, and the whole system is brown economy. How to switch to green economy, and it is our core problem either. So I think how do we overcome hopelessness is gather together and turn hopelessness into action. People not profit. So, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, for your great sharing, also we can allow us to have a better understanding that we can know what are the students' thoughts and what are they really want to practice for the current situation. Okay, we are very happy to have these two young speakers from two different universities. Through their speeches, we can feel more concrete action from the campus, even the different campus. And we are also more aware the power of change that begin with our students. They are the new power and they are the new future. Next, I'm very glad that we have invited the other two speakers from the youth climate organizations, one from Taiwan side and the other from the Europe. Okay, and the third one speakers is here or not? Oh, online. Okay. Let's welcome Andrew. Andrew, are you online? Andrew Wang from Taiwan Youth Climate.
Yes, can you hear me?
Organization. He is also the PhD student in University of Toronto. So are you still in Toronto now?
Yeah, I'm actually in Toronto right now.
Okay, and the topic he want to share today is advocating for sustainable future. So let's give him a big hand. Andrew.
Is it everything working okay? Seeing my screen and everything? See if I can. Okay, if something becomes weird, let me know. And if not, I will start. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrew, and I'm from the International Affairs Division of the Taiwan Youth Climate Coalition. And I will be speaking on behalf of the team today. And first of all, I'll just like to thank you to all the organizers for the invitation and for their for us to have the opportunity to join as a panelist and to share our experiences. So without further ado, I'll just move on to sharing some of the stuff that we've done. So who are we? The Taiwan Youth Climate Coalition. It's a long one, so you could we typically in the group we just call it TWIC as like an acronym, and it's a NGO by youth for youth and beyond since 2012, and it's actually the first youth NGO formed in Taiwan for this kind of purposes. And it's from we have people from all kinds of backgrounds and disciplines. Got students from high school all the way to the undergraduate and graduate levels. We have recent graduates. We have people working full-time jobs, people training to become professionals, and more. And so you can see that the stuff that we're gonna that I'm gonna be sharing later involves the work of many people over the past 10 years, and it's essentially by youth of different ages from many different backgrounds. So we are really a diverse group across the spectrum. But there's one thing that we have that we all have in common, and that is we all care about climate change, and we want to do something about it, starting here from our home in Taiwan. So what do we do? And for the purposes of this talk, I boiled it down to three main areas, and these you can see them up here. The first one is raise public awareness on climate change. The second one is empower Taiwanese youth to take action for climate justice. The third one is to connect Taiwan to international communities. And so I'll start by sharing the first one, raising public awareness on climate change. So what do? We voice out to the public. And the pictures you see here are climate march type events that we held back in 2020 and last year. And these events were inspired by Greta and the Fridays for Future movement. And so I remember being part of the 2021 climate event last year, and it was really cool. Like I got to talk to many people, just many people passing by and joining an event, like voicing their concerns about the climate, sharing their experiences. There are people going up onto the soapboxes, talking about their feelings about climate change and what they hope to take action about. There are lots of NGOs join different youth groups or NGOs from different universities and different cities came and joined the event, and it was really almost like a big celebration in terms of voicing out our concerns. So this is one of the highlights that we did last year and the year before. And during these events, one of the things we do is to appeal for appropriate climate action. And for example, as part of last year's event, we had these 7 points that we're appealing to, like in front of the audience, and sort of this message that we're trying to get out to the public. And you can see the Mandarin versions out here, and the English version here is basically involves the first one, improving climate policy, ensuring net zero by 2050. We want to put a price on carbon. We want to achieve climate adaptation. We want to educate the next generation. And we believe we should strengthen small businesses and deliver a just transition. These were the things, sort of the calls to action that we were trying to get out, the messages that we're trying to get out to the public about, what is appropriate climate action and what we hope people, the government, businesses will be able to do. And we also advertise for the climate. And so if you see this is the office of the president. We were able to put, had the opportunity to have this sort of light show on the front of the building, and also this 85 Sky Tower south in Kaohsiung, with this net zero, this sort of lights on here, and also the lights here in Taipei 101 about advocating for net zero. And so we also write and post online, and you can see that we have different blogs and web pages in English and Mandarin, and on here we essentially share news and some of our opinions on international and local events. And sort of, for example, you see here, we are following all the COP meetings over the past years, and we also shared some of these the stuff we did, and also the events that we've done. And we are also on social media. So we've got this Facebook group here, 20,000 followers and going and counting. So if you don't mind, we would appreciate if you could search us up and follow us. And we've also have an Instagram account that we post stories and post on just basically different ideas about climate change, or just sharing some. We've got the for example, these stories here. You have different posts and stories telling about the sort of the different situations happening around the world, and to sort of get this out to the public, saying that what's happening beyond Taiwan, what's happening locally, and for example, the real life events of the real life events, and the sort of the impacts of climate change that we're seeing around the world. So hopefully using the social media as another platform to capture other people's attention on these sort of climate issues. And we also have a YouTube channel up here. It's not really sort of managed as much as these two, but hopefully maybe that will change in the future. I don't know, but it's just, this is the sort of the three main platforms that we're operating on. And so if you like, you can check them out, and we'll really appreciate that. So on to the next one, the second one, which is empower Taiwanese youth to take action for climate justice. And for this part, one of the things we do is we hold workshops to train youth on climate change. So you can see here 2 different workshops, all in the past couple of years, on just training, essentially raising climate awareness. They go from what is training, asking the questions, what is climate change, to what can we do about it, and to what do you think sort of society should do about it, and what are your thoughts, how could you take action, and all sorts of these different questions. And the idea is to empower the participants to sort of make the problem that used to be perhaps someone else's problem to be sort of their oh, they're part of their problem. Like it's sort of like, oh, it's not really someone else's problem. It's something that I should also care about. And so it's more like a bottom-up approach that we're hoping to take in terms of climate advocacy, as we'll see. We not only train youth on in these workshops, we also work with others to deliver curricula on climate literacy. So on the left here, you see this is a sort of like a training session for instructors for teaching climate literacy in the classrooms. And on the right, this is talking to the principal, the school administration, and teachers on how to deliver lessons in the classrooms. And if we develop curricula, we of course have to apply them towards educating and inspiring the next generation. And so you can see here, these are examples of going into elementary school classrooms. And over the past, I think we started in 2019, and over the past 4 years, we've already reached 650 K-12 students so far. And that number is still growing. We have plans next year and a year beyond. And we have experts in the group who are dedicated to doing this job. And the other thing we also do is that we also develop guidelines to help schools with the transition to sustainability. So this sort of guideline you see here is sort of the, it's basically talks about suggestions on what students, instructors, and school administrators can do to create a sustainable environment. And in here essentially has 5 main sort of chapters or 5 main points, which talks about the goals, what the goals should be, who should be in charge, what are the potential stakeholders, how to be transparent, and suggestions on climate education. And so last but not least, one of the major things that we also do is to try and connect Taiwan to international communities and vice versa. And so the biggest thing we do is we, as part of that group, we follow and attend climate change conferences. And by climate change conferences, these are the UN climate change conferences under the UNFCCC. So the Conference of Parties, the COP meetings. And here you can see this actually has a story back to how TOEIC was started, because back in 2009, it was actually from a group of university students who were interested in climate issues. They went to COP15 and realized that youth around the world have mobilized themselves talking to climate advocacy and action. And the youth they see they're just really active, and they sort of look back home and said, there isn't really much going on in Taiwan, so why not start their own group? And so that's sort of the origins of how our group started. And this began in 2009. And the organization was formally established in 2011. And then in 2012, we received NGO status. And each year and each COP session, we've been following ever since. So we're there at the Paris meeting in 2015, and all the way to the meeting in Glasgow last year. And so this year in Egypt, there will also be a delegation going to follow the meetings and carry back firsthand information with sort of supporting events happening in Taiwan as well. So one of the things we do at these meetings is we connect with youth around the world. And so, for example, you see here, this is the climate march outside COP26 last year in Glasgow. Whole bunch of people, and we are also there with our little banner, taking part of all the fun and voicing our concerns about the climate, hopefully, getting the point across to those who are not so sure about climate change that this is a real issue. This is something that we really should care about, and there's no more time to be idle anymore. And so the picture you see on the bottom here is actually at the Conference of Youth, which is a complementary event to the COP meetings. And this is one of our booths here. And here we get to meet delegations of youth from all over the world and talk about our experiences and learn from them. And sort of it's a really nice experience, sort of doing all these networking and learning from them, and hopefully them also having an opportunity to learn from us as well. And these are just 2 more pictures on the COI workshops last year, where some of it, I think 2 of our members are shown here giving presentations on on what we've done in Taiwan. And this is actually, I think, the one on the right you're seeing is taking part in the following and changing the Greenhouse Act Reduction and Management Act that the environmental minister talked about earlier on. And so we're not only really involved trying to follow international events, but we're also super involved in following the local events here back in Taiwan as well, like all the climate policy, all the local laws, and how do we make them better, and so forth. And so in light of today's theme, I just like to also share some challenges and opportunities that we face on our side and look forward to discussing about these later. And so how have we felt about this journey and what's next? So some challenges and opportunities. So when we first started back in 2009, it was just a group of university students. And a while back, 10 years ago, climate issues around the world, at least for most people in Taiwan, it seemed really distant. And not a lot of people were caring about it. And getting the message across was hard. It was difficult because it seemed that, we only us cared about it, and other people, they sort of like not really cared, and they're like, what are you talking about? It doesn't affect my daily life or whatever. So it is a hard barrier to entry. But recently there has been more awareness thanks to the work of many groups, not only across Taiwan or around the world, and this whole movement of climate action. And so thanks to the work of many groups, including ours, it has been a collective effort that's seen fruition. But to be honest, there's still a lot more to be done because we have made some progress, but we're not there yet. There's still more work to be done, and we look forward to doing those work. And the other thing is because we're youth, we are the next generation, but the paradox is we didn't, compared to a lot of the people in their, with professionals with experience, with people in the 40s, 50s, and beyond, compared to them, we have little to no prior lived experience, and we to be honest, could only learn as we go. But the thing is, we do it anyways, because if we don't do it, if we don't do it now, when? And if we don't do it, who's gonna do it? And this is the thing, we're gonna make mistakes, we're gonna be criticized, we're gonna have setbacks, but we just do as we go. It's like doing an experiment in the lab. We just, we do it and then we learn as we go. But the thing is, we're open to learning, and we have this sort of goal that we want to continue on, that we have this faith that we hold to do. So this is what drives us forward. And the other thing I want to mention is climate change is what people call a wicked problem. It has tons of stakeholders with different competing interests. And when we look into the problem, it's going in and realize the extent of the problem. You just get blown away by how difficult and how complex it could be. And so one of the things that we think about could be, how do we be as inclusive as possible while still being efficient? Because, for example, you've got you want to be green and be environmentally friendly, but on the other hand, what if it prevents the economy from growing, as some people would say, or what if it stops somebody's business from profiting? These are all the complex questions that we have to consider, and they're all intertwined. And this is something that, to be honest, is not necessarily yet solved, but these are the challenges that not only youth, there are many other people around the world are talking about this as well. And so this is the type of questions that we continue to think, and hopefully we can work with others within youth and beyond youth to sort of advance in addressing this problem better. And I mentioned this a bit earlier, we're not experts, we can only do our best to put forward our perspectives, but the thing is, we're willing to listen and learn. And so we do it, we just have this faith and go forward and do things, but we are willing to listen and learn, and because the climate, the environment is something that we care about, and because that's why we do it. We're trying to to maintain and create a sustainable future, not just for us, but for our future generations as well. And so because we have this sort of yeah, I think I already mentioned this earlier. We have less lived experience in the real world, and so our perspective sometimes conflicts with those of stakeholders or just dismissed. But as I mentioned earlier, we do it anyways, but we're willing to listen and learn. And also, this sometimes can also be the motivation for us to learn more and further understand the problem to provide better solutions. So looking forward, we've got a delegation going to COP27 in November of this year in Egypt, and they'll also be supporting events in Taiwan during the conference. So stay tuned, watch out for our social media for any events. We'll be very happy to see you there. And we're also collaborating with other environmental groups in Taiwan and beyond. And as I mentioned earlier, advancing climate education in schools through online platforms. And so, you know, the going to elementary schools and so on, and elementary and middle school, high school, and even universities, we're trying to implement curriculum to help the next generation be more aware and learn from their own perspective, and hopefully build a sort of climate action from a bottom-up approach. You know, and by bottom-up I mean if everybody knows that, hey, I should care about the climate. Every kid knows that they should care for the climate. Every kid knows that you should not sacrifice the environment over some other desire or demand. Then if everybody comes together in a democratic society, hey, maybe perhaps that could be really, really effective. And that could you know bring a huge impact on society. And so so essentially the organization part here is done, but I want to take this opportunity to put forward a personal note, because I actually do research in this area, and like STEM research towards renewable energy and that kind of thing. And so if you're listening to this talk and perhaps you're in high school, you're in university, and you don't know about, you know, what should I do? You want to do something for the climate, want to do something for the environment, want to do something for climate change, but you're not sure how. Like, let me tell you, there's a huge demand in STEM research. So STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The STEM research and funding towards new innovations, for example, direct air capture, the recent bill that the Biden administration has signed, this is huge on this. And solar energy storage, CO2 conversion into solar fuels and feedstocks. For example, imagine making jet fuel and from solar energy. Actually, there's a group in Switzerland. There's a university in Switzerland, ETH Zurich. There's a really good prof, a really amazing prof already doing this, making jet fuel for Lufthansa and Swiss Airlines. So, but there's more research to be done in this, and it's exciting research. And if you're just in high school, university, there's a lot to be done here. So maybe this could be something to look towards. And I mean, these are crucial in helping for a much smoother transition to a sustainable future. So yeah, just a personal here as an aside. But that just concludes my talk, and I would like to thank you so much for listening, and thank you again to the organizers for inviting us to here. And I look forward to hearing from others and having a great discussion. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, and you let us know more about how to empower Taiwanese youth to take action for climate justice to have a more sustainable future. Thank you. Okay, now we go to our last speakers of this session, Emily Burkett from online, right? Hi, Emily, who is from Generation Climate Europe. And she also do a lot of thesis talking about urban energy saving or some climate change related topics. Okay, let's welcome Emily. It's your time.
Are you able to share my presentation like we did this morning?
Okay,
But I can already say really good to be here. I haven't ever really been to Taiwan yet, so this is a really great chance to learn about it. And also thanks to Andrew, Leon, and Akatia for your presentations. And I'm honored that I can maybe contribute a little bit with the EU perspective. I'm just quickly waiting. So yeah, I'm from Generation Climate Europe. We are like a youth-led coalition, a coalition of youth-led networks, and I'm climate justice coordinator. So we work on sustainability, education, COP, and the just transition. So, all right, let's get started. Next slide, please. So I was thinking as I was preparing, like that we as youth demand climate justice in our movement. So I also want to look at EU policy through the lens of climate justice. So talk a bit about EU climate policy and then the European Year of Youth. And then in the end, I want to conclude with the power of vision on a personal note. So next slide, please. So I'm going to bring this European perspective, but of course we want to assess we don't want to assess how well policies reduce emissions, but kind of more how well it does to contribute to overall climate justice. We always want to look a little bit more critical. But what does climate justice mean? So motivation, you can just click a couple of times, sorry, and then the text will appear. Yeah. So as our motivation as young people is, of course, that we kind of have to live in this world, right? We bring the sense of urgency, like Andrew also said, like we kind of want our voices heard. But in Europe, a continent with a kind of colonial and imperial history, the intra-generational justice perspectives, please click, is also extremely important when we scrutinize climate policies as young progressive people. If you could click. So can you click forward? Yeah, so also considering voices of people that are structurally marginalized. Next slide, please. So our starting point in Europe is kind of this idea of the global north is responsible for the majority of emissions, right? And in Europe, I think we deflect responsibility a lot of times. There's a lot of people that always say, oh, we don't have to do something because the emissions of what is officially counted under China are so big. And I think it's really important to remember the common but differentiated responsibility that is tied down in the Paris Agreement. And next slide, we can also see that Europe is just not as vulnerable as other countries, so that puts additional responsibility on us. Next slide. So yeah, just click. So kind of, I want to just finish my introduction with kind of asking this kind of question of what is our fair share? And I'm highlighting this here a little bit provocatively. You can click again, because I'm curious to also see how Taiwan reflects on this. If you click. So there was this quote from an Indian researcher, and that kind of says, like, if nations had the ability, like the nations that have already occupied atmospheric space should leave more space for other countries. And yes, so I mean, Taiwan has a higher footprint per capita than Germany, but has a very different historic responsibility. So I'm super interested also to hear from the other speakers what you think, how as youth climate movement we should take this into account, or how you take this into account in your advocacy for climate policy and your definition of climate justice. But all right, let's go to the EU. Yeah, next slide. So you have heard earlier today about the Green Deal. It's our climate neutrality strategy. 55% reduction by 2030, and it's kind of the official United Nations 2030 agenda on the Sustainable Development Goals. And please click. It has these different areas that you already heard, kind of the more obvious: food, transport, energy, buildings, etc. Please go forward. I wanted to show you this, so you don't need to look closely, but you can see how deep the Green Deal kind of tries to transform. It has all these different areas. In the white boxes, you see different legislations that are all being revised with this new 55 by 2030 goal. So we kind of try to strengthen cohesion. So I think that is by itself really, really good and kind of great. But now we talk about challenges and opportunities here. So let's go to the next slide, where we can see the overall assessment by the Climate Action Tracker, which is that the EU's climate policies are insufficient. It's difficult to assess each policy alone, but I think we have to look a bit more closely. So for example, you see on the left side, policies and actions. So if you look at the 2020 policies and actions, they kind of don't live up to this 55% goal at all. And we kind of need more, some different sources say different things, but maybe more a 65% goal, like the 55% is not good enough. And I talked before about fair shares, and you can see here, if all countries would follow what the EU is doing, we are 3 degrees. And you heard this morning, the EU is a great leader, so I think we are in a bit of a mess. So let's look a little bit closer what we can and cannot do. Next slide, please. So the forum is about opportunities and challenges. What is good is that in the EU, it was turned into a climate law. So this is legally binding. So we actually have to do something. But, and there's small things happening. So I put in the cut of biomass subsidies that is kind of just harming and incentivizing more logging. And it's kind of a bit controversial, but let's give the EU some credit. It just shows that these topics are on the agenda, there's awareness and something's happening. The same with kind of engines phase out. There's a change of the European trading system to include, have a bigger scope. So it's there since 2005, has been kind of not really useful for a while, but now it's starting to take off really. And the social climate fund that Paolo mentioned earlier this morning. So that's all kind of good things. Also the Power EU plan. So this is in the light of Ukraine crisis, kind of we have heightened our goals from 40 to 45% kind of energy consumption by 2030. So, there's these things happening. That's good, but let's look a little bit at what are missed chances. So we have a very strong lobby in the EU, as probably in many other countries. You can see this, for example, with the EU investment taxonomy. It defines what is sustainable to invest. But because France, very dependent on nuclear, and Germany, very dependent on natural gas, have a lot of power in the EU, natural gas and nuclear is now considered as sustainable investment. So there you see that, this is just not really helping for the future because it sends a wrong signal to the market. And also this really nice Repower EU package is good, but also it includes 10 billion euros for LNG terminals and fossil gas pipeline infrastructure. So there's this danger now that in this crisis, the energy crisis in Europe, kind of that we shift just dependency rather than reduce dependency by having more renewables. And also we had a civil society forum with also youth in June, where we looked at the Green Deal more, and what we really found is that it lacks a more social vision as well. So, talking about climate justice, it's not only about the economy and finance, it's also about the social side. It's not only about decent jobs in the future, it's also about decent jobs now that make people not be able to pay their energy bills. And if this is the United Nations kind of agenda for Europe, then I'm saying, okay, there's a lot of sustainable development goals that are missing. And we have big problem with compliance of member states. If you look at Hungary, for example. All right, next slide, please. Talking about what we are doing at Generation Climate Europe, maybe a little bit more to add to the really big inspiration from my previous speakers. So just transition is probably a term you have heard. It's about different regions where they're very coal intensive or carbon intensive industry. And these regions can apply to the EU for money via a territorial just transition plan, a TJTP. And our point is, of course, that the EU should be involved in writing these plans, right? Like, these are the people that have to live and work in these economies in the future, so they should have a say. So we looked a little bit closer at if they have been involved. Good indicator of youth engagement in the EU. And we found they have mostly not been considered, except in Spain and Ireland. And why is that? So we really found that there's a lack of capacity engaging people on the ground. The EU is doing so cool stuff and has so many good resources, for example, a toolkit for youth participation, but nobody knows about it and nobody uses it. So in the end, youth is not engaged. And we also see that if youth is engaged, it's usually because there's an infrastructure already of a little bit like the Climate Coalition, like a network of NGOs that are connected that kind of help each other to make their voices heard. So we see commitment of the EU to involve young people, but in practice, it often doesn't happen. Next slide, please. I thought about what else I could talk about maybe as an example, and I want to remind ourselves that we often talk about, when we talk about climate policy, we look at only carbon emissions, and there's a lot of things we can do that don't have to do, can't be measured in numbers, and I think education is one really big one. So, and that's really relevant for youth. So next slide, please. Let's quickly look at education too. Why is this important? Of course, the new generation needs a new set of skills. We need people in the future who can solve climate challenges well. And Andrew, you were saying people, young people who listen, go maybe into these STEM subjects. But I'm also saying, if you don't know what to study, study economics. Like we need people in the future who study economics who have a more progressive view on maybe ecological economics, feminist economics, etc. Because that is really missing too. But so universities, for example, and it's really great to hear your initiatives have this environmental footprint. So you talked about divesting from fossil fuels, but also the building. It's usually universities are very integrated into cities, but they also have a handprint, what we call environmental handprint, and that is the positive effect in education institutions can have by teaching people about the crisis and this complexity that was mentioned before. And so what is happening in Europe is we have these different movements, climate students movement, Fridays for Future Education, Students Organizing for Sustainability International. They are all really on this education topic and try to change the landscape. And the European Economic and Social Committee, that's kind of an advisory body to the EU, they are also really, really like in contact with us, always trying to get youth speakers to kind of talk about education, etc. And then there's this one kind of document that was released in this summer, the Council recommendation on learning for the green transition and sustainable development. So Council recommendation means it's not a legislation. The Council is the place in the EU where the ministers of the different member states sit, but it's kind of like for them to help each other and to know what they can do to change the system. We looked at this more critically. Yeah, you can click again. And what we found was the EU is good at making plans, but especially for youth engagement, we are unsure how it will be after the European Year of Youth, which is every year there's a theme. This year it's European Year of Youth. What will happen after 2022? It's not always clear how youth will be engaged then. And we also found that there's not really much on transformative education. We don't only want to change curricula in content, but we also want students to kind of learn by doing actions, by maybe having a project like you kind of with the campus, and that is not mentioned at all. And this is kind of weird because right now the transformative education UN summit is going to happen this week. So the EU has to catch up a little bit on that. And also the sense of urgency for education changes is not really recognized, which is a pity. So to conclude, next slide, on youth engagement, is in Europe, we observe more engagement, but mainly in discussions rather than in actions. There's, for example, lots of new working groups on education where youth is now kind of included, but we kind of had to fight for being part of it. So it's more passive than active. And we have a lot of new infrastructure, like there's the European Youth Portal where you can submit activities, and there's a lot happening, but we'll have to see what happens after the year's ending. And the structural problem is lacking expertise to engage youth on the ground. I would be super curious to hear how this is in Taiwan. But it also makes a stronger network among youth. I think what we really need and what we lack is a specific body that could future-proof policies for whether they're compatible with intergenerational justice and youth interests. Okay, I think we are already running out of time. I want to just finish this kind of, yeah, you can click, this kind of presentation with talking about the European Forum Alpbach we have just been. It's kind of, we were, I think, 500 or 600 scholarship holders, young people, meeting with people from politics, science, and business in the mountains for 2 weeks. There were also people from Taiwan. And I think what I've noticed is that the thing that we really miss is this kind of visions and stories. So we talk about angry car drivers. Why not about livable green spaces that cool the area if we just have more trees and bike more and don't have more cars? We talk about energy savings a lot in Europe at the moment. Why not about energy sufficiency, which is kind of more about how we can consume less but still live a good life? We demonize plastics, although plastics are, especially for bottles, if they're recycled, so much better than glass because they're just less heavy. And there's all these kind of things that make you realize it's all about the narrative. So maybe stories and visions can be an answer to this question of how can I overcome this feeling of powerlessness? Because once I have a vision for a better world and I realize how my own story can be relevant to this vision, I create this energy that also Andrew spoke about when you have your workshops and you help people understand, whoa, I can do something. Next slide, please. Final slide. So I just want to end with this inspiration from a book from Rob Hopkins. He's kind of involved in transition towns, from what is to what if. And he really asked, like, okay, what happens if you ask people these questions, you know? If I sit in the middle of the busy road on a sofa and read my newspaper, what if we had no corruption? If I could sleep with the window open and not wake up from the street noise? If only materials were put on the market that can be recycled? And we are entitled to this kind of world, and we should keep fighting for it and reminding ourselves what we're fighting for, and that it's not that we just have to reduce, like, stop growing, that we have to do lots of bad things, but there's like so much positive in this transformation that is ahead of us. So I think the question for us as young people is, how can we create space for imagination to grow, and how can we empower people to formulate stories, you know, so that we can we have a bigger grassroots transformation and signalize to policymakers that we're ready for the change. So we create this kind of world of enoughness that works for everyone, where it's about climate policy, but also about climate justice policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Thank you for your wonderful speech. But now we still out of time, right? So maybe we just open several questions for all the audience. Any questions or ideas, or you want to share your comments? Oh, Shai. I see so many students here. Okay, here.
All the speaker, you know, on stage.
Okay. Please, the microphone for the young boy. This one. Please. Thank you.
I have a question for second speaker, Leon Wang. Yeah, I'm just curious about, you mentioned the challenge you face is the generation gap. So can you give us some specific idea or experience of the challenge about generation gap?
Okay. Thank you for your questions. I think the gaps is already exist, so we need to communicate with all the generation to write a map how we face the problems between in older generation and communicate it with them. And it is better to understand their thoughts and understand our thought. And finally, we can get an result.
Okay. Do you want to do some comments back? Generation gap is also, it's very difficult because different age, different rules. So that's our challenge also. And any other questions? Or here, right? And we also have some questions from online.
Okay, hello. Sorry, I have a question for coincidentally Mr. Leon as well. Like in your presentation, you mentioned an activity that you guys had planned, like regarding a vegan food truck. I was kind of curious, like what was the concept behind this? Like this is something that I've never heard about, so I was kind of interested. Thank you for your questions. I think food truck and vegan food truck is an idea of our team members and spurred healthy food idea in Taiwan or in ICC or in NCCU. It's really important, and teachers, professors, and students, they have a sense to better life, to healthier life, and So we made this food track in Nccu, and the effect is it's a big effect for us. Thank you very much.
Please. 这样做的很好。然后我是来自阳明交大的学生，那想要请问第一位讲者，陈新学姐，有2个问题。第一个问题是在，刚刚有讲到就是第一个挑战是可能学生取得财务方面资讯的权限不足，在这方面会想要请问你们是怎么解决的？那第二点是，在那个刚才学姐有提到，你们也有办性别空间使用议题的可能讨论的一个讲座之类的。那我想要这个跟台大学生会永续部是怎么结合或是连接的？谢谢。
谢谢。那我先讲第一个，就是如何去取得这些财务相关的资讯。那这部分是台大其实在官网上有公布的，其实就相较其他学校是比较多的。那我们是会密切的跟财务处这边联络，就是寄 email 啊，然后实际去访谈这部分，就真的就是必须要很长期的沟通。就沟通真的是最重要，不管是实体的或者是线上的。那第二个部分是在讲说，就是性别空间相关的讲座。那台大这部分是，台大的学生会下面有永续部，然后文化部底下会有性工方，就是性工方是专门着重于性别议题。那永续部在 SDGs 它里面其实有一部分也是关于性别平等的。那因为算是就是有些学校是只有永续部没有性工方，所以是永续部单纯做。那台大这边是永续部会跟性工方合作一起来推这些东西。因为如果是单纯的性工方的话，他们可能就大家着重面向又不太一样。比如说我们那时候会谈论一些空间使用啊，或者是比如说使用月亮杯、月亮裤这些，可能也是对于环保议题也是就是会让就是减少碳排这部分的。那单纯性别议题的讨论，可能有些只会讨论就是只有性别议题。那我觉得我们台大在这部分就是有专门性别议题就是深耕的学生，那还有永续部这个一个比较跨领域的学生组织，那这样合作之下就可以让这个议题可以有更多面向被呈现。谢谢。Thank you. Please.
你好，我是台北美国学校气候变迁社团的社长。然后question I wanted to open up for all the people, all the speakers today is that when we're trying to host large-scale events where we want to get students involved from all around the world or in the Asia-Pacific region, but we want to get students involved who aren't as passionate about this cause as we are. For example, we're trying to host a climate fund, and we want to spread so that it reaches students who aren't as passionate environmentalists as we are. One problem we face is that we can't give much of an incentive for them to join. Right now we are thinking of just like adding prizes or like using like materialistic goods to attract them, but we really want to find a way to attract them that isn't material and like how to get them more involved into this cause when they're not necessarily very passionate about it themselves.
Thank you for the question. Andrew, would you want to answer first? Hello? Do you want to answer this question? Have some comments or ideas?
Yeah, I can answer. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. So I just want to repeat the question just to be sure if I understood correctly. So the question was about how do you get people to sort of care from their heart instead of offering like, you know, materialistic incentives and stuff like that, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I think I remember having this I was sort of agonizing over this when I was involved in sort of environmental groups when I was in high school and things like that. And I think one of the things, because yes, it is that it can be quite difficult, and I think one way that could be changed, because if for people who don't care, it is definitely hard for them to care. But I think climate education in this sense would help a lot. You're trying to build stuff from the next generation up. So hopefully, in a couple of years, there will be less people who do that. But also for people who are, our generation or people who are sort of our age, to get them to care, I think there's also ways, for example, like film viewings. And I remember I did sort of like movie showings. So for example, like the putting forward, there's like movie showings of like the inconvenient truth, and there's also other talking about sort of, they're really good documentaries on climate change and stuff like that. And so I think for like school events and stuff like that, that might help. But yeah, I was just gonna put forward my thoughts on climate education, because I think I'm kind of more pessimistic in the sense of that. But yeah, I in terms of getting that, so I just wanted to put forward the climate education part. But I think Emily has a lot to say about this, so I'll pass it on to her.
Okay, thank you.
No, I just would complement what you
Emily?
said. Yes. So I think the first thing to think about is you will not reach these people via climate channels. So you would want to try channels that are maybe more targeted at other communities that these people are in. So it's always harder if you're international, but like, these people are maybe part of some sports, some philanthropy, like something philosophy, something maybe in their engineering work, they're somehow connected. So like try to go via networks that are not climate related, and then you make it about something they're interested. You could even have something like a speakers training, and then the notes that you work with are kind of pieces from a climate reading or something. So you don't make it about climate, but you make it about something they care about, and then you kind of fill in these climate topics. But I also think that it's really hard if you say you want to do it internationally. I think people who are not engaged kind of need to engage more locally, which doesn't help the person that asked the question. We don't see you, sorry. But for example, with the Green Erasmus project in Europe, we now made a guide for how local student associations can involve international students into the local community through sustainability activities. So it's about, you go for biking, you kind of make a map of where are secondhand shops. You show like where to, I don't know, you do gardening, and via this then people learn. So it's always kind of with another purpose first, and then the sustainability kind of comes in. If that helps at all.
Thank you. So today's forum is a very good platform. So you can know each other, then you can do more connections and become the worldwide friends, right? Okay. Do we need any question from online?
Oh yeah, there.
Okay, so there are also two questions online, which are the first one is more and more students are giving up on their future to fight climate change. How to reconcile climate action with studies and professional careers. And the second one is how to raise awareness and break the generation gap on climate change.
Okay, yeah. Very good questions. Anyone want to answer this one? Or try to answer one of them? Andrew?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't think I caught that very well. What was the first question?
Please.
I heard something about the
career, for the future development.
Okay, so the first question is how to reconcile climate action with studies and professional careers.
Okay, how do you prepare for a career related to climate action?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so I remember, so for this part, it might be biased from my side because I'm in the STEM field, and I would say because in terms of developing new innovations in renewable energy and carbon capture and storage and utilizing that carbon is gonna be the thing for the next, at least the next decade and beyond. And I say this is because our economy is so entrenched in what's called a carbon, sort of this, everything is related, everything, like all of the commodities and everything are so related to carbon. If you think about, you know, from fuels and feedstocks to the plastics to the facial cleaner that you use, and everything is related to carbon, and all of that processes involve some sort of carbon emitting process. And one of the things that's going on in the academic world right now is, or even in industries, how do you try and transform this carbon-based economy, and how do you decarbonize? So you think of, there's tons of research going on in batteries and direct air capture and new technologies in the fundamental science and in the engineering side, and it's only going to be growing. And there's also lots of accelerated discovery, so people using machine learning and artificial intelligence to try and move forward this aspect of things. And so in terms of climate wise, if you're more interested, sort of like, if you're not sort of just sort of more in the if you're more geared towards like a technical side of things, there's a lot to do here. But I would say also in training, like doing like a training in sciences and you know, in the STEM field, being knowledgeable on this kind of things, you can also go on to places where in you know, jobs in policy and law and environmental law and all that, those kinds of stuff would definitely be useful. Because I think what the message I want to put across is, if you want to, I would just still keep focused on something that you because climate action is something you're passionate about and you want to do. So keep that as a focus, but sort of start from that point and move beyond and sort of think about, hey, what are some things that are related to it? Because in reality, climate change affects all of us, and there's so many ways of connecting to it. So if you look deep enough, like there's definitely a way. Because, and I also want to say, not just the STEM part. If it like Emily talked about earlier, there's also people in need of economics, and how do you talk about you know, like sort of financing and these kind of stuff, because it's such a global problem, it's a wicked problem. I think it's not about sort of how do I solve climate change this kind of problem. It's more about, hey, in the career of my future, how do I relate my work? Can I relate my work with climate change? Or it's not just, even if it's just something you're working for some company, and say, for example, this company uses, you know, has some sort of workflow that uses, I don't know, like some resources, and maybe you can, as part of your work, you can suggest, hey, maybe we could switch to this more sustainable resource or more environmentally packaging work, kind of, or things like that. So there's all sorts of things you can do in terms of contributing to the climate in this way. And yeah, so yeah, these are sort of just my 2 cents in terms of you don't necessarily have to think about sort of the, oh, how do I solve climate change big problem, or sort of oh, this problem is so big, how do I begin? It's sort of just, okay, you sort of had this focus on, like, the way I see it is, you have this goal of, oh, I want to help contribute towards climate change. I want to sort of be part of the solution. And how can I do, well, what can I do? It could be in finance, or it could be like me in STEM research. And so yeah, lots of different options. So sorry, I think I'm talking too much. I'll pass it over to Emily.
Emily?
Yeah, sorry, I want to give I want to give space to Leon and Akatia as well. Sorry, because you guys haven't answered the last question. Very briefly, maybe just to follow up, because I think we need to be aware. So this is like my European perspective now, very much, but this green growth narrative at the moment at least doesn't work. Like we don't see this decoupling on a global scale of we can grow infinitely and we keep doing all these cool technologies. And I think also the IPCC report shows we kind of need to dematerialize the economy, and we won't only need future jobs in tech. I think it's really important if you choose a career to ask yourself, what is a world problem that you want to solve? Climate change is one, but it's so many sub problems. Do you want to solve emissions? Okay, then tech is a good choice. Do you want to solve biodiversity? Do you want to solve social justice problems, etc.? And from there kind of choose the career. And I think what we really, really need is people who can build bridges, who know the technical problems, but who also know the social problems and can imagine an economy, especially, that is more a well-being economy oriented, not at profit, etc., but at well-being of people. And maybe a question to Akatia, because you talked about the sustainability department, because that was part of the question. Wouldn't you think that it would be better to have sustainability integrated in all other departments rather than having a single department? Because isn't that exactly the issue, that we think about economy, environment, social, instead of thinking about the economy restricting everything and sustainability having to integrate it in the engineering department, in the humanities department, everywhere. So just I'd be really curious to hear the reflection of my two colleagues on stage on that.
Thank you. Okay, because the time really limited, so I'm sorry, I need to close the section here. Thank you all the speakers and all the audience again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Tian, and all the speakers for these eye-opening presentations. Now, we will have our tea break for 5 minutes. Please help yourself with the refreshment box, and guests who would like to join the discussion session later, please remember to sign up and get your group sticker at the information desk. Thank you.
Today is such a mess. 没有，我刚看到照片，太可怕了。蛮好玩的。别这个，那我要别这个。你有别？对呀，那我要别的。你们看起来蛮。就是如果他们坐到那边的时候，那个声音就会很不清楚。那你是讲这个问题，还是？
我觉得会不会因为它都是喇叭出来的？
对，可是有可能是他讲话的问题。那我们等一下可以玩肉，那肉的部分的话，就是一共有4台，然后讲者上台前，请他们别在领口这个位置对着嘴巴就可以了。
好的。
我们都会先把机器先打开，这里吧。
对。
然后现在是有delay。
对。
所以我们接下来的我告诉我们
跟上应该因为现在连那个 break 的时间都已经过了。
我今天太棒。
所以我就是看，如果他们没有比较急的感觉的话，应该就是照议程在往，可能给他10分钟或15分钟之类的。
好，那到时候我们等一下会有人会去把东西拿过来，那到时候就直接别在讲者
就请他们
领口就可以了。
好的，谢谢。
那下台的时候就取下来。
我去哪了？
我有6个人。因为你哦，我知道了。不用。哦，就是刚刚在会议的时候，只要讲者不是靠内测，基本上都是做不到的。对，所以说这个是接，
这个是那个
接整个 Logic 的整个会议系统。
啊，对。
那它的麦克风也是接在，
我们麦克风是用那个收音的那里。
我不确定说可不可以收音接这个镜头接。这个我确定，对，但是没有关系，就是如果还有其他电子或是其他行动装置的话，也是可以连它，可以连，只是就是要，我先介绍一下它啊，就是这是主机，然后一个主机会配2个麦克风，然后这基本上都是挂在身上，就是 YouTuber 会有那个麦克风，然后长按一下这边。长按一下这边会打开，好，吓我一跳。对，然后它中间这个电池是它，那一样这2个的操作基本上都是根本都只有一个按键啊，这一样是长按，然后那不是随便，水就放在对。
想请问一下，就是我们综合研究员有没有新的？
电脑。
对，是没有拿到这个。
是啊。
就本贴了。
哦，你有 USB 吗？
好，再拿一个。
这个是插电的，
他们的电脑。
他们的。
那等一下那个讲解顺序，
哦，
照议程上面。
对，照议程上面。对，这个是我能理解，但是我想说那个要怎么把它连接起来？
这边会有线，然后直接接电脑就可以了。
哦，所以它那个等一下，
对，
所以它
是 Type B 接 C，C 是接在 Road 上面，然后 B 是接在电脑上。
所以它就是电脑可以用它当麦克风的意思。
对，没错。
OK， 好，那我可能 Webex 这边也要改一下。
不用 Webex 不用改。
哦，不用，它会自己系统跳过去吗？还是？
就是说收讯部分。
就是因为，所以它只要插上去，你们就听得到了。
我等一下看一下 Webex 它那上面它显示的是哪一个。
好的好的。
期待要。
对，但是如果这样子插，因为它这边只有2个孔，所以插上去的话，我等一下这个他们这个是那个他们讲者要用那个简报笔的蓝牙，所以等一下他们可能就用不了。
简报笔的蓝牙，
就是
我懂意思。
对。
那还有另外一个做法是这样子，就是拿另外一台的收音，因为等一下，这个是什么？
这个是这可以等一下我先推一下。
然后，所以有一个是要简报笔插着的。
对。
那还有其他洞可以用吗？
这个是插那个镜头的。
HDMI 没关系 ，HDMI 不用动。
对，只有2个那个 USB 的。
OK， 理解。好，如果是这样子的话，这个是连什么？
这个是连那个镜头，还有
这个又是连什么？
这个是连那个上面我们投影机的画面。
没有 USB 1/2的那个。
你说这很多口的那种。
不行，现在你在大学
好，
所以如果我这边有一台电脑是可以用的吗？
好，另外一个做法就是用这一台进入 Webex。OK。然后讲者在发言的时候呢，都用这个收音，就是这台接在这上面，然后这台会 unmute，这台会解静音，所以它是可以开声音。
所以那这一台理论上要登不同的账号。
可以登同一个账号。可以登同一个账号。
对，同一个账号，然后也是用 host 进去。
OK，
对，
那
好就可以接。那我先把它接上去。
看一下。
那比较麻烦的会是说麦克风的交接
要拔来拔去，是不是？
对。就是讲者上下台的时候，要帮他们别跟取下这个。那我先把这个拿出去给你写。
哪一个？
就是下午。
谢。然后比较有趣的是说，如果拿了这个的话，他就不用再手持麦克风。
但是我想说，会不会现场就是比较后面的人是那样的话？
不是，是因为你用这个，假如说我在上面坐着，然后我讲话，它是输入到这台电脑，那这台电脑它是用 Webex 讲话给网络上的人听
然后它再
因为它有收到 Webex 的声音，
对，
所以它会从这边出来，
了解，
然后出来之后会从广播出来。
好，那我这边，那我这边也登录试试看。宇宙名字叫什么？
那这边还有另外一组的那个 role， 麻信先登，就是如果麦克风不够的话，就再找一台电脑再做同样的事情。
好的。
对，只是有一个可能要注意的就是，假如说产生回音的话，可能会是这台电
Your
脑。
next session will soon begin. Please take your seat.
好，
对。
那所以如果有回音的话，这2个都要静音的。
有回音的话，静音的。
好。
Click on the globe icon on the left-hand side corner and select the language you would like to listen to.
那你可以帮我查查看。
各位贵宾，下半场活动即将开始，请各位尽速入座，谢谢。另外，可疑接收信技术问题目前仍在处理，请有需求的贵宾直接登录 Webex 网页，点击画面左下方的地球标示，选择语言，使用回应。谢谢您。
喂。
所以你跟上次别人开的。
没有事。
这边进去。好，
这个要对，这个地方进。这边打开。我的。好。喂 ，test，1 2 3，这样可以吗？
会不会回应台中？好，但是理当来讲，因为你那台已经静音了，所以应该是不会有声音才对。
各位贵宾，下半场活动即将开始，各位迅速入座。
之后，它马上就会有声音出来。
是。
谢谢各位贵宾。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of EU-Taiwan Youth Climate Forum. The transition to a decarbonized economy is not only essential to halting climate change, but it's also a driver of economic growth with the potential to create millions of green jobs. In this pitching session, we're pleased to invite speakers with diverse backgrounds to demonstrate green jobs in their specialization fields. University, who is also the Deputy Executive Director of the Office of Energy and Carbon Reduction, Executive Yan, as our moderator. 掌声有请台湾大学政治系副教授暨行政院能源及减碳办公室副执行长林子伦教授。
他们是听不到的，对，他们听不太清楚。放这边。
好，各位线上以及在场的青年朋友，大家午安大家好。我知道现场可能有需要一些翻译，这里好像有一些同步翻译机，那就麻烦这边使用相关的翻译。我们这一场的panel 的 working language 会是用中文Mandarin。那非常感谢欧盟以及欧盟中心以及对欧盟办事处举办今天这一场的欧盟青年的论坛。我觉得在今天气候变迁受到全球注目的时刻我
我觉得 engage 青年是一个非常关键，也是非常具有策略性的议题。那上一场我们看到很多青年行动，我看到很多熟悉的好朋友啊，因为我一直在过去10多年、20年，其实在长期推动青年的在气候跟国际的参与。所以今天欧盟中心邀请我来，我想义不容辞啊，一定要来参与这一场。那我觉得今天这一场的议题的主题选定也非常有意义。过去我想第一场大概是过去我们常在谈的，就是青年的气候行动，青年怎么样来参与。刚刚听到其实非常好的一些讨论啊，一些经验分享。我觉得今天透过这个平台，让大家一些过去有经验的，还有现在正在学校或校园里面，那怎么样大家一起来行动？那这一场我觉得也是非常有趣的一个永续性的就业机会。我们怎样？因为这件事情不只在校园或各位在学生时期来参与，我们希望真的它是一个 sustainable 的一个 career 的 pace。那我觉得今天这一场，我们今天透过很棒的这个邀请，我们来谈这个绿色的就业啊。那其实各位如果看到最近国际的相关的这些智库，在不管是再生能源或是国际的相关的这样的研究机构，都提到在这一波的能源转型，它所提供的就业机会，可能在2030年可能就有3000到4000万那甚至到2050年最高的数据我看。这个近邻转型相关的，这其中再生能源可能就有3000到4000个就业机会，那有多样的相关的可能性。那我想今天我们先看到这个放眼这个这么庞大的数字，我们回到台湾，今天其实有非常不同领域的它在过去这几年投入，然后现在在各个领域都有非常不错的相关的发展，来做一些相关的经验分享啊。那我想我是不是就先请他们到台上来，等一下他们在做。大概每位大概10到15分钟的相关的分享，最后我们再开放一些Q&A。那我第一位有邀请这几位好朋友，第一位是台湾中文研究院副研究员严婉婷，好。第二位我们邀请国际气候发展智库执行长赵公岳，好，请上台。第三位我邀请博威海事工程台湾区经理孙俊成。第四位邀请绿色和平东亚分部专案主任连长江，以及目前在行政院环保署气候变迁办公室记者林斐婷。好，我们邀请这几位来请坐。我想我们就很轻松的来大家来分享。我想大家在很多同学或参与这相关的活动，现在一定想知道我毕业后或就业以后，在这个议题至少在台湾。那今天我想从产官学研这边我们都看到了相关的可能性，那是不是我们就有各位，我们按照这个顺序这大概的议程，然后做相关的分享。那我们再有一点时间之后再来大家做开放一些 Q&A。那我们先是不是每一位先10分钟，可以吗？好，我们第一位欢迎婉婷来。
这样子就可以。
讲大声一点，对不对？哦，
这样子就可以。
好，谢谢。好，谢谢主席，然后谢谢现场各位的来宾，以及谢谢主办单位的邀请。那我是台湾综合研究院的副研究员严婉婷。那首先呢，要在现场其实有许多业界的前辈，那要在业界前辈的前面来介绍我自己的工作，其实特别紧张，因为有点像面试的感觉。那首先我还是先介绍一下我们的公司以及研究团队。那我们台中院的研究团队呢，目前在我所带领的研究团队里面，主要是针对国内外的气候政策的内容进行研究。那我专注的领域主要有3大方向。那第一个方向是气候减缓的一个路径，然后第2个方向是气候金融，然后第3个方向是公众参与。那所以我接下来就会就这3个我们比较长期关注的领域来分享我。
是用这个好了，谢谢，不好意思。
OK， 好。那我会就这3个我们比较长期关注的领域来。机会。那首先在第一个领域上面呢，就是气候减缓的路径。那其实在这2年，大家应该就是在各行各业都可以很常看到一个
一个算是现在已经有点像品牌，叫2050净零排放，或者是2050净零转型。那其实也就是这2年全球世界各国还有我们台湾都有宣布了这个2050净零转型的这样子的一个政策方向。那其实在这个底下呢，我这边就以比较简单的概念来讲，是说全球目前它建立在以化石燃料作为能源主要来源的基础上的这样的一个经济体系。那未来在这个能源的来源的部分会进行一个很大幅度的转型。那假设我们化石燃料的使用降到一个很低的程度的时候，这个能源需求的这个空缺就会必须要是由新的能源还有新的技术来补上。那这些新能源跟新技术，例如氢能或者是碳捕捉及封存等新技术，其实背后相对应的就是它会带动整个产业新的产业链在建立起来。那另外在使用端的方面，其实因为这个转型是一个我们其实蛮少见，它可能是比较像英国之前他就有说，他觉得这是继工业转型以来第2次的一个很大型的一个转型的革命。那所以大家在食衣住行娱乐方面也都会感受到这样子的转型，因为很多的节能技术会导进来。那这样子的节能技术一样，背后也就是代表相关的产业链也都会建立起来。那这个是在第一个议题的部分，就是给大家一个比较大的一个方向。那在第2个我们关注议题的部分是在于气候金融。那因为大家知道，就是整个大家在做转型的这些工作的时候，背后其实最重要就是需要有资金的支持。那所以政府也会开始提出相关的政策来引导说，怎么样我把资金去导入这些。刚刚有提到很多，其实产业它是属于新的产业，让这些新的产业可以起来，然后取得资金。那所以这边我想要提出2个，我觉得现在其实算是真的是蛮重要的一个政策趋势，就是说，第一个是气候变迁嘛，那整个环境变化了，它就会产生你原本预期没有想到的一些损害，例如说海平面上升或者是极端气候。那这个东西我们可能就称为气候风险。那针对这样子气候风险的评估，其实从G20国家其实他们很早就意识到有这样子的气候风险存在。那近年大家也可以从新闻上感受到，它真实的对很多企业的营运跟财务是有造成影响的。那所以在G20它就有要求一个国际金融的组织，它在2017年跟2019年分别就有针对如何去评估这样的气候风险给出了一套标准。那在台湾来讲呢，第一个引进这个标准的，其实就是这个 TCFD 它是英文版的。那把它翻成中文版的呢，就是第一个是台湾的安永会计事务所。那其实你近期就可以看到4大会计师事务所都很重视在 promote 这一套新的标准。那不只是民间单位，他们已经很早注意到这个趋势之外，其实金管会在去年的12月也从上市柜公司它必须要揭露 CSR 的报告书，那现在就再强化变成 ESG 的报告书。那 ESG 的报告书里面呢，其实慢慢未来也会强化这个气候风险的评估的一个要求。当然它现在可能只是一个软性的要求，但是未来这个很多国家它都已经是入法规范的，这个趋势其实是一个国际的趋势。然后所以相关的顾问产业其实慢慢的也会受到这个影响来蓬勃的发展。那其实在欧盟的部分，他们近期也有推行碳边境调整机制，那有些人可能就会简单理解成像碳关税的那种概念。那它未来在2023年，就是其实很快，就是明年1月1号它开始施行之后，很多出口到欧洲的企业，它的会计的这个部分一定就会需要来进行计算这个碳税的这个部分，跟它的整个供应链的营运布局的一个调整。所以其实我觉得这些背后相对应都是很多绿色的就业机会产生。那再来的话，欧盟其实还有另外一个，就是说针对永续经济活动，它的定义，它有去定出一个标准。那这个标准其实台湾金管会也慢慢的引进台湾来之后，未来会影响到的就是整个金融产业，包括借钱的一方以及贷款的一方，他们都必须要了解这个我们现在的产业的活动有没有到达这个永续的这个标准。那一样相对应背后就是有很多的工作或是服务需要产生。那下一个我想要分享的部分是我们 第3个政策领域是在公众参与。那其实我觉得公众参与现在已经是在欧美那边，他们已经是跳脱说我单纯只是开会或是跟民众社会沟通的部分，他的参与很多是实质上的参与。那举一个简单的例子是说，我们能源的设施未来从化石燃料这样子的一个集中型，未来变成再生能源的这种比较分散式的布局的时候，其实那个设备变小了之后，变成民众他的那个这样的固定成本它就会降低嘛。那所以它其实是反而这个门槛降低下来，很多人都可以去参加。那包括最明显的就是其实太阳能，现在有很多的公民电厂，或者是储能设备，未来的有一些储能设备可能就是你自己买的电动车，在整个电网上去跟整个电网做连接。那我觉得这些新出现的这样子的一个需求，其实我觉得就是各位青年学子除了进入产业以外，你怎么样提供创新的解决方案，也是你创业的一个非常好的机会。因为有一些以前前所未见的需求，慢慢的开始会产生。那最后的部分呢，因为时间的关系，那我就简单带一下我们公司就身为一个智库的内容。那我们服务的对象主要是政府，那其实也有包含一些企业。那我们主要是针对公共政策去进行它的一个从前期的评估、中间的规划以及最后的执行。内容细节的部分可能就留待后续我们小组分享的时候，我们再来互动。那在工作，我讲一个最后一个，就是说，在创造更多绿色就业机会之外，除了整个大环境的影响之外，其实我觉得，青年学子自己可以做的事是，我觉得像今天这样的场合就是一个很好的机会。我觉得个人感受上最重要的是 networking， 就是气候变迁这个议题本来就是一个很跨学科的议题，所以未来即使你要创业，你要提出一个新的 solution 解决方法，不会是只有这个能源技术的人，你还要去找出新的需求，去找出新的服务方式。我觉得未来会是串联很多学科的。那以上是我针对绿色就业的一个分享，谢谢。
谢谢婉婷啊，我认识婉婷非常久哦。其实在这个领域，她从之前青年的时代就非常积极的参与，那到现在在一个智库里面，我们在很多国际活动的场域也常常碰到婉婷。所以想今天参与，不管今天是实体或是线上，我想你们都踏出了第一步啊。今天这边很多在座很多优秀，还有刚刚前面很多场次都是很好的，刚刚提到的 networking 的场域。那另外一个，我觉得你们要开始在思考，因为不用怀疑自己，有些可能是高中生，我觉得没有关系，因为这个领域就像刚刚提到，它无限宽广，未来它真的需要跨领域。我们一直以为它可能需要理工科的，可今天可能需要文科跟所谓理工科的都需要。所以就我看到很多新闻多，这是文科的创业，或是理工科的怎么样，文科跟理工科对话，我觉得非常有趣。我觉得需要的这些创业，我们需要跨领域的参与啊。那今天等一下我们可以听到非常多很有趣的经验。谢谢婉婷的开场。接下来我们来请这个国际气候发展智库ICDI 这 Ken 也是好朋友来分享一下在 ICDI 或者你个人在这边的参与。来，
好，谢谢。那我有一个简报。
好，是。
好，谢谢。我想今天很高兴有这个机会，在欧盟的这个 Climate Week 这边跟大家分享，怎么样去推动一些绿色就业机会，然后从青年的角度，怎么样来做未来的职业规划。我们其实，在上一个场次里头，其实大家看到了，那就有这个现场的伙伴提到说，未来应该怎么样对这个green job 的 career 来做准备嘛，特别是 professional career 这个部分啊。那所以这个题目就是大会给我的题目是为下一代提供永续性的就业机会。那这个时候我们就在想说，好，所以刚刚讲说怎么样为这个下一个世代，你的自己的 career， 你到底要选，譬如说有人喜欢走刚刚特别讲文科的或者是说理科的这个机械有兴趣的，或者是前面有人谈到说，那你可能对能源有兴趣等等。那所以到底什么样子的工作对你来讲可能会是下一个往 green 的这个部分，你可能在考虑要做选择这样子。
好，所以讲一句这个大家可能比较熟悉的话，就小孩子才做选择，我全都要。好，就是说，如果我们今天有机会 make all the jobs green， 基本上你到所有的不同的领域的场域，其实你就基本上都会碰到 green jobs， 对不对？那回头来讲，对你来讲，就是那所有的场域的 jobs 都 become green 的时候，那你要充实的其实就是你自己。好，所以我会从这2个面向来讲。那第一个面向是，那怎么样去 make all the jobs green？ 前面其实我想，包括前面在欧盟那边的青年的伙伴也有特别谈到这一块，或者是包括邱署长那边，欧盟事实上最近这2年很重要的一个新的政策纲领就是欧盟的永续分类标准。我想刚刚婉婷也特别有谈到，那欧盟永续分类标准是什么意思呢？就其实从刚刚他最后谈到的那个气候金融的那个架构上，就是未来我们在所有的经济活动，以前的经济活动跟环境好像是对坐，对不对？我们今天推动经济的同时，我就要牺牲环境，然后我要保护环境的同时，好像就必须让经济 slow down。可是其实我们是不是有机会更进一步来做平衡 ？ICDI 当时我们特别叫做 International Climate Development Institute， 就是因为我们将整个气候的议题定位为发展议题，它不是单纯的环境议题。它为什么是发展议题？我们如果从前面的这个缘起你从这个温室气体排放，然后工业革命到现在，那其实它就是个发展的过程嘛。因为人类在18世纪开始产生能源转型、工业转型，然后之后一路发展的结果，当我们环境整个透过温室气体这样子起来以后，你虽然经济成长了，但是你也改变了整个地球的系统。所以我们现在开始讲说我要取代核色经济，然后我要让这个碳排跟经济发展脱钩，对不对？然后所以经济往上走，碳排往下走。好，所以它其实是个发展议题。那它既然是个发展议题，所以我们要有新的发展模式。那欧盟在这边提了一个新的欧盟的永续分类标准，意思就是说，以后我的经济活动定义必须 follow 这6个标准。如果当我今天银行要借贷给你的时候，你符合我6个基本的永续标准的时候，我也许可以透过资金的方式鼓励你，让你的营业可以做比较好的优惠的贷款。那如果你不符合，对不起，你可能在做的成本跟门槛就相对变高了。他透过这样的资本主义的方式来鼓励大家往新的绿色经济来行动。所以它6个标准是什么？第一个，他希望你在做的新的模式，如果你取代旧的，你有温室气体减量的效果。对不对？所以你创造出新的模式的时候，你就让原来大家习惯的商业模式的那个部分可能被新的模式取代，然后它又可能有减量。那第2个是，它需要能够因应未来气候环境改变的冲击。气候变迁是什么？气候变迁其实是它整体很大的地球系统的改变。那因为人类的活动、经济活动其实跟整个气候的条件有80%的联动。所以当你有气候的整个大改变的时候，对你来讲，其实在经济的成本上面会增加很多，因为它不确定性增加了。所以如果你今天的新的经济活动可以有减量或者是调适的功能的时候，当然它就符合我新的永续的标准。那当然第3个未来包括海洋跟水的部分，如果你有新的经济模式，希望能够不要影响到这些过度浪费的使用等等。那第4个，避免污染。第5个是恢复生物多样性。其实刚刚前面有特别谈到一块，我想大家可能有特别看到欧盟那边，刚刚署长也特别谈 natural-based solution 或者生态系的服务。然后第6个循环经济。好，所以回头讲，智库在成立一开始，我们从2015年，因为回应整个巴黎协议以及 SDG 的整个倡议，我们在2015年成立，到16年法人化。从成立以来，事实上大家看到，我们就跟所有在不同领域上面的伙伴一起来沟通，一起来合作，来推动相关的绿色经济的部分。那我想这个也成为，当我们今天在谈 Green Jobs 的时候，各位青年的伙伴可以参考的。譬如说，第一个，我们从 NGO 的部分 ，K International， 它是国际间不只有政府单位谈判，它是整个全球的 NGO 的代表。那 ICDI 是它的 focal point。所以我们跟很多的 NGO 伙伴一起来推动。然后，如果你是有志于从事 地方相关的实际的行动，因为80%的碳排事实上是在地方落实的。所以，如果你有机会在地方上面从事实际的 practical 的工作，你有机会去转动它。所以，我们跟很多的地方政府的组织，包括 ICLEI、CityNet、WeGo 等等，我们一起来推动。然后包括智库，比如说这个Zurich， 它是全球第一个气候服务的智库，在德国。那包括学界，包括 Stanford 等等的大学，事实上像 Stanford， 它从2018年开始送他们的实习生到智库来参与我们的研究计划。他们出人出钱，然后出经费所以我们有很多的合作计划一起推动。那还包括像 Bellman Forum 学术的研究。如果你今天有兴趣，不只是在这个其他的实务的工作上，你有兴趣做下一个阶段研究，其实我想这个部分你可以做从事。那当然还包括像这个欧洲商会很多绿色的企业等等。那后面被盖掉那个可以帮我拉起来吗？对，好 ，TNFD。我们在上周收到 TNFD 的邀请，我们成为台湾第一个智库加入 TNFD。Task Force on Natural Related Financial Disclosure， 也就是全球的整个以自然为本的这样的一个国际的倡议。那ICDI 很高兴能够成为台湾第一个 NGO 加入的以智库的角度来加入，所以我们可以在里面去贡献我们未来的一个整个回到自然为本的解方里面的长期的一些解决方案的推动。所以回头来讲，智库从成立以来到现在，包括我们很多的气候行动倡议，从政策面，然后大型的论坛，跟很多的不同的 stakeholder 做沟通。上面看到是我们永续城市论坛，那子伦在中间，子伦是我们的这个首任的 president。那上面看到的，即使在疫情底下，上面坐的包括20个不同的国家的代表，包括4个国际组织的秘书长。我们在疫情的架构下，我们都还是可以把他们串接起来，然后一起来推动相关的国际的连结跟政策的倡议。然后更进一步，我们还有 solution， 从建筑节能到微气候监测。其中有一个很重要，要跟大家讲，你做绿色的 career， 其实你的本身的技能技术必须一直往前走。比如说我们有 idea 我们的前面的 idea 很重要一个概念叫气候服务。气候服务的意思就是说，气候环境刚刚讲大改变嘛，所以呢，你要去了解气候跟你有什么联动关系，然后你对未来做预测，然后你知道说，我接下来要把气候这个条件融入到我的决策里头，我可以让我的成本降低，我的 solution 变好。这讲起来概念很清楚，但我相信大家听得很模糊。所以我们在成立一开始就做了一个旗舰计划，叫 Green BIM Building Information Modeling。就我还没有盖房子之前，我可以先用电脑模拟。那模拟说我这房子盖在这里，左转右转盖多高多大的窗户，它可以节省能耗多少？可是它还是需要 data。所以我们把台湾过去所有的气候 data 转化成8760小时的标准气候年。你还没有盖房子以前，你就可以精算，从1月1号凌晨1点精算到12月31号12点，每1个小时你房子盖在这里怎么转它的能耗变化。所以这个时候你就有个基线。然后更进一步，我们用预报的资料去做建筑节能的调控，因为建筑的节能里头最大的能源的使用来自于现在看的灯光还有空调。所以我们透过这些预报的方式，在没有任何建物改造的情况底下，让它可以节能20%到30%。所以这个部分也发表到国际的顶尖的期刊上面。所以透过这些方式呢，包括社区的串接、国际的串接等等。那底下这个是我们带了我们所有的团队的成员，以及包括 Stanford 实习生等等，我们一起到 UNDR 去做内部的 training。所以所有智库的同仁都有联合国的讲师证书。那我们其实从2016年之后开始，一直到疫情之前，每一年都去。那当然我们希望在明年可以恢复。所以我想透过这样的串接，很重要的是，如果有机会，第一个回到刚刚的主题，我们把所有的 jobs become green。从政策上，从各个不同的领域上，但更重要的是，所有的青年伙伴，你必须自己准备好。你如果自己有兴趣在哪个领域，像我们刚刚讲好多个领域，你有兴趣，那你可以发展你的技能，你的技能必须不断的精进。更重要，你要找 solution， 因为除了 idea 之外，所有的企业要看的就是好，那你告诉我这个好重要，可是我该怎么做？这时候你的 concrete solution 必须要出来。所以我想这样子 当未来所有的这些不同的新的政策转变或者环境改变的时候，我们可以 be ready， 然后 ready for the green jobs。好，以上跟大家分享。那这个是我们在10月7号到9号的整个台湾气候行动博览会，欢迎大家来，谢谢。
好，谢谢 Ken， 我觉得刚刚谈的我觉得还蛮感动，因为参与了这些重要的这些过程。那我觉得2016年、2015年其实做了很多类似这样开创性，所以自己 be part of the solution。因为我们刚刚谈了很多，像刚刚提的非常好，让大家这个所有 job 变 green， 所以你其实很难选择。但是我觉得你要从自己生活上找到一些可能可以解决问题的话，让你自己成为解决问题的一个部分。我觉得自己来 prepare 就这样。好，我觉得刚刚非常谢谢 Ken 刚刚提到这些很多重要的观点。下一位，我想我们来邀请这个台湾在这几年非常重要的离岸风电的这个从业者那您主要从新加坡的经验过来，然后我记得在这几年我们在协助推动我从2016年参与的整个的推动，我们那时候开玩笑说几乎全球的离岸风电专家都来了。那这时候希望不只是国际的相关经验，它也串联了很多国内的相关的产业跟朋友，我们也希望很多新的投入。那我相信我们现在今天请这个 Elvin 来跟我们分享一下在这个领域他的一些实际观察跟心得。来，请林司长，谢谢。我也准备了一个小小的 PPT。
先介绍我自己。其实我这个除了第一页，我下来的 PPT 都是用中文，所以我也知道有翻译，所以我底下会用比较 natural 的 language， 就是英文来做一个present。所以我介绍一下我自己，我来自新加坡，也是 Nccu， 可是是南洋 Technological University。可是呢，之前我是读电脑工程 ICT 产业，然后我就跨领域，跨到 maritime industry， 之后呢就阴差阳错跑去 offshore wind， 然后其实刚才有一个问题就是有一个线上问题，就是绿色工作，其实很多时候我们没有注意到，我们在现在的产业已经很多绿色的工作了，所以我就继续下去，我会用英文从现在开始，不好意思。So Buscalis has been around for more than 100 years. So we are a truly international company, and we have been in the stock exchange. We are all over the world, 90 countries, 6 continents, and we have a lot of vessels, 700 vessels. Also means that we have a lot of carbon output. So I'm going to explain a bit more about offshore wind. So basically, in Taiwan, Buscalis has been active since 2015. Myself, personally, I've been here since 2015. And I have to say that since then, a lot of changes from only a few developers, a few contractors to currently so many projects. And in round 3, there's also a lot of megawatts, gigawatts coming in. So Buscalis has been involved in 4 offshore wind farms, totaling 2.5 gigawatts here in Taiwan. So from Hainan, we are using Burkett 1. Burkett 1, it's a heavy lift transport vessel, and I'll explain a bit more in the next slide. Likewise, Burkett 2 is the same vessel involved in Zhangfang Sea Dao, and also Falcon and Ocean. Burkett Tiamat, Azanghua, Greater Changhua 2, Greater Changhua 1, and of course Target 97.3 Seahorse, which is a Luguan Baoshi 4-pipe vessel, and also Beachway and Crestway, which is a dredging vessel. So this year we have been very active here in Taiwan, hopefully more in the future. A bit about the life cycle of offshore wind. So basically, from the development stage to the construction stage to maintenance to end of life, Buscalis is involved throughout the life cycle. So from the early permitting stage, doing FEED design, engineering, we also involved in geotechnical, geophysical survey work. We are also involved in contracting fabrication yard to make jackets, monopile, pin piles, cables. And we also do the transportation of these foundations, cables throughout the world. Construction as well. We are involved in all different parts of construction, from foundation installation to offshore substation to cables. And we are very much in Taiwan, very much focusing on foundation installation. So a bit of an interesting vessel I want to elaborate. This was 25 years ago. Burkett 2 is called Yang. It's a oil and gas drilling vessel. So it's the biggest circular economy project within Buscalis. We spent more than $100 million to convert this vessel from a drilling vessel to a heavy lift vessel. So instead of demolishing this vessel, we actually recycled this vessel into a heavy lift vessel that is currently in Taiwan, working on Burkett 2, working on Changfang Sita. Next, Oka Tiamat. This vessel is one of the first vessels in the world that has a hybrid engine, meaning there's a battery on board that during offshore operation, she's able to switch off a few of the generators, thus reducing carbon footprint, and of course also saving energy and money for the company as well. So and going forward, we are also thinking of doing more of this conversion of vessels of this sort in Taiwan or Asia Pacific. So as you can see, the general uptrend of the market. So there's a big output in 2021. It's because of China. They are having some high feed-in tariff. So there's a lot of construction activity in China in 2021. But over the next few years, there's so many developments all over the world. Europe is increasing its offshore wind output because also of the war between Ukraine and Russia. So they are trying to move out of dependency to Russia, and that's why a lot more offshore wind development came up. And all over the world, these days, every 2 weeks we hear new countries: Colombia, Brazil, Australia. Every other companies in the world are also all going into offshore wind development. So the future for offshore wind is very, very bright. Likewise, in Taiwan, this is the policy from MOEA BOE. So every year from 2026 onwards, there will be 1.5 gigawatts of offshore wind. So which means the potential of offshore wind activities in Taiwan is tremendous. So a lot of activities, for example, so our vessels for foundation installation, for cables and for turbines, we are expecting 1 to 2 vessels busy in this construction stage, and the number of people that is hired for these purposes. And this is only for offshore people going to offshore to work. So we are not even counting the onshore people, which I'll explain a bit more. So we had a cadetship plan that we did. We invited 4 Taiwanese young students from Nccu, Hai Daxue in Keelung, to invite them on board a vessel. They head to the Netherlands, and they sail the ship back together with the crew. I have a video, but I think due to time, I will just skip this video for now. And you have time, we'll show it later. So in Taiwan, we are working very closely with 5 of this university. 2 of them in the maritime economies, Nccu and also Ncust, Gaohaida. The rest is Taida, Songshan Daxue, and also Chengda. So we have a lot of activities with this university. One of the activities that we do is R&D. So last year, because of COVID, we couldn't send this particular student, Ken, to the Netherlands, but he did an online internship, R&D internship with our researcher back in the headquarters in the Netherlands. And this year, we are also working at NTU. We are sending one of the research students from the engineering college to Netherlands as well. So from 1st of January 2023, you'll be based in Netherlands for a year. So we also do a lot of internships in-house. We had internships in the office. We send them on board the vessels to have a look. We have international traineeships as well. But I just want to focus a bit more about this. So in development stage, you can see there's a lot of work that's involved. There's a lot of jobs requirements. So from the permitting, EIA assessments, to green assessments, in Taiwan specifically, earthquake analysis, tolling analysis, engineering work, and during the construction stage as well, cable routing, turbine installation, analysis, liftings, and O&M is a big part because after construction, there'll be 20 years of operations and maintenance work here in Taiwan. So, and of course, at a later stage, recycling. So from contractual to permitting to fabrication, so there's so many green jobs. So there's a lot of opportunities for students of the future. So I'm very glad that I'm able to be part of this industry that is able to bring forward these jobs to the future of youth. And this is specifically for offshore construction. So you can see here, there's different types of vessels. So most of the vessels we have in-house. So for example, cable lay, there's a lot of cable activities that you need to connect between turbines to turbines. There's a survey, there's a survey work, so you need surveyors on board. There's a fabrication, supply chain, from making of the jackets to installing them. We have the offshore substation installation, we have the turbine installation, we had technicians going on board to maintain the turbines. All sorts of activities you can find for offshore, and they are very well paid as well. So regardless, we are specifically looking for people who is bilingual. So especially in the offshore wind industry, you need to be bilingual. You need to communicate to people offshore, onshore, people from the Netherlands, people from Taiwan. So we hope we can find bilingual people. We don't need a high TOEFL result, but we prefer to have people who can speak both. And of course, team spirit, we're looking a lot on team spirit. So you can find jobs from general management to project related to technical related and offshore. So opportunities are plentiful. So just a bit more since we are in this ESG related forum. So I'm just going to explain a bit more about what we do for ESG here in Taiwan. So as mentioned just now, we are very much into knowledge transfer. We are building offshore wind in Taiwan. And going forward, we are also doing a lot more on climate actions and life below water. For example, artificial reef. We are doing a lot of artificial reef related activities in Taiwan, in Europe. So Monaco is one where we do a 3D printed artificial reef. In Panama, in Kenya, we also have artificial reef projects. And as mentioned just now, in terms of hybrid, we do a lot of hybrid conversion. And these are the vessels that we will intend to do hybrid conversion. 3 of them are in Taiwan this year. Lastly, biofuel. We also do a lot of biofuel, usage of biofuel in Taiwan, in Europe as well. So we intend to also do that in Taiwan. And specifically for this forum, we are also looking for a sustainability intern. If anyone of you is interested, later on, go to my colleague Ariel. We will have a discussion on what kind of people we need for sustainability here in Taiwan. Thank you.
谢谢艾文。其实各位看到这离岸风电真的是一个非常复杂的不止大家看到这海上作业的辛苦我曾经有上船去看那现在其实在接下来应该在未来1-2年，在这个台湾的西海岸会有一支风机14 MW可能就相近于火车站前的星光3月这么高所以各位可以看到他们这海事工程其实非常辛苦。但是除了这个里面刚刚看到非常复杂的专业，可以看到路上也非常多需要很多各个领域的。我刚刚也谢谢 Evan 详列了各种专业领域的人才，让大家知道说其实很多领域都可以有很多的可能的贡献。好，谢谢。那接下来我们来进入绿色和平这个其实是国际上非常重要的这个绿色或永续的倡议的组织我想我们就请 Lina 这边来介绍一下，看看这个相关的工作。来，请热烈掌声。
谢谢。有一个小小的简报。那我也先简短自我介绍，我是绿色和平气候与能源专案的专案主任，也就是 campaigner 这个工作。那我们办公室是属于绿色和平东亚分部的台北办公室。
今天非常高兴来到这边，然后我觉得我的角色可能会跟在座的各位蛮截然不同的，因为作为一个倡议组织，所以我们其实要推动的就是政策还有企业的绿化。对，那接下来我想要跟各位分享，就是绿色和平这个国际的环境组织到底在做什么？那我们有什么样子可能的职涯发展，让各位可能对气候议题、对环境议题有兴趣的人都可以贡献自己的一份自己的一个理想这样。那我把这个简报的标题也是呼应刚才赵执行长有讲到的 makes all the jobs green。那我想要说的是 green jobs for all， 就是其实大家只要有一颗这种想要让环境更好的心，不管你到哪里都是 green jobs。好的，那下一页，谢谢。好，今天会很快的跟大家简介绿色和平，还有我们的工作方式，以及我们的一些工作的进展，然后最后有一些工作机会，也像是刚才 Evan 这边有提到的，就是欢迎各位来了解。好，绿色和平是在1971年成立的一个环境组织哦。那其实最一开始的故事是非常简单的，就是一群人。他们搭着这艘在1971年这艘 Greenpeace 的小船，他们要到美国的那个阿拉斯加的那个海域去阻止核弹的这个试爆，是非常简单但是非常纯粹，理念又非常单纯的一个行动，想要用自身的行动，他们开着这艘小船到这个海上去，用肉身来阻挡这个核弹的试爆。那当然也是成功的拖延了美国政府的行动，也引起了很多民众的回响，所以应运而生Greenpeace 的这个诞生。那到今天呢，在世界各地都有区域的办公室。那刚才提到台北办公室就是属于东亚分部，我们东亚分部有北京、香港、东京、首尔，还有台北。好，那我们其实不好意思，我们有一个可以再回到上一页。我们有一个 slogan， 就是行动带来改变。那我等一下会用具体的案例来说明。那我们下面是几个我们工作的核心理念，包含了解决问题。刚才有提到我们在做绿色的工作的时候，其实就是要提出解决问题，我们不能光是抱怨现况。所以我们在跟政府、在跟企业提案的时候，都必须提出实际的解方。独立运作，这个想要在这边特别解释一下，是因为我们常常沟通的对象是政府、是企业，所以我们必须强调我们的资金来源都是来自民众的个人捐款，所以才可以维持我们在倡议上的独立性。全球串联就是刚才提到，我们在全球都有办公室，当有一些国际型需要全球办公室一起来响应的时候，我们可以做全球的串联。再来是和平的行动，像刚才我提到这个1971年这群前辈们的例子，就是一个非暴力和平的很经典的一个行动。好，下一页，我想要播一个影片，让大家也可以就是非常简单的了解绿色和平的发展。
Growing and rising above the clouds and smoke from the explosion. This mushroom cloud is certain death to any living thing which approaches too close to its edge.
像我调一下它这边共用的问题，不好意思。
There is a wildfire growing and rising above the clouds and smoke from the explosion. This mushroom cloud is certain death to any living thing which approaches too close to its edge.
I was born in 1971 when, thanks to people like you, Greenpeace first set sail to prevent nuclear testing.
The most dramatic attack on whaling in recent years has come from the Greenpeace Foundation. Its small volunteer navy launches rubber boats into the midst of the whaling fleet, trying to disrupt the hunt and save the whales.
I was born in 1982, when Greenpeace and people like you stopped commercial whaling.
Yo nací en 1993, cuando Greenpeace y gente como tú prohibieron los desechos radioactivos en los océanos.
I was born in 2002, when Greenpeace and people like you stopped illegal logging of mahogany in the Amazon.
Mon fils est né en 2012, année où Greenpeace et les personnes comme vous ont convaincu les grandes entreprises technologiques à abandonner le charbon. Clean air. My granddaughter was born this year.
嗨，好，就是这个影片，我不管看几次，我自己都还是蛮感动的。那其实这个影片也是很简单的去描述了绿色和平从成立以来到现在的一些在国际上比较重大的环境的里程碑。那下一页，我在这边想要跟大家说明，就是绿色和平到底在做什么，我们的工作模式是什么。那其实我们有一个很简单的方式去介绍我们的工作的。这个我们简称为 IDEAL， 就是 IDEAL 这几个词都它纵整了我们的工作项目。那从 investigation 开始来说，其实调查是我们在做环境工作非常重要的一环。我们必须知道我们环境发生了什么事情，我们才知道说可以怎么来拯救它或者怎么来守护它。所以其实我们有很多的研究相关的工作，不管是塑胶的危害，或者是能源的研究，或者是海洋的研究，我们都在台湾这边都有在做相关的进行。那在研究，再来是记录，就是研究，同时也要记录下来，透过不管是文字、影像或者是文书报告，我们把这些我们记录到环境的变迁，把它好好的记录下来。再来非常重要的就是 expose。当我们知道环境有这些改变、有这些破坏的时候，作为一个倡议组织，非常重要的就是透过expose 的方式，让大众知道发生了什么事情。这也是我们很重要的一个理念，就是 bearing witness， 见证这个环境的改变，并且把它放到大众的眼前。我觉得有一个很经典的例子想要跟大家分享的是，我相信大家都有看过一个蛮令人难过的影片，就是海龟的鼻孔插着吸管。那这个影片我相信，在场有看过的可以举个手吗？对，几乎在场的这个，我相信是蛮同温层的人，大家都知道这个影片，然后看过之后也觉得，我不要再用吸管了。那这个就是很好的一个 bearing witness， 你知道，人类的一些活动正在对环境造成一些危害。expose 我们的方法有记者会，我们也有许多不同创意的形式来告诉大众环境发生了什么事情。再来是 Act， 是我们的行动。绿色和平在台湾有攀爬以及这个水队的这个2个志工队，我们都会出行动来告诉大家我们想要说的讯息。再来很重要就是 lobby， 不管是对政府或者是对企业的游说。好，那我想要用一个我们塑胶专案的例子来说明我刚才说的这个工作理念。在过去的1年，我们的塑胶专案的同仁他们到山区去做微塑胶的研究，因为这个其实微塑胶为例，它已经是在我们几乎生活各地都可以看到。那其实现在比较多的研究都是 focus 在水域，比较少的是在陆域的生态呢。我的同事他就是过去1年上山去各地去搜寻这些保育动物，包含了台湾黄喉貂啊、欧亚水鹿、石虎等等的， 发现它们粪便中都有这个人类塑胶产生的遗留的塑胶微粒。下一页。所以说，在今年我们塑胶专案他们就是发布了这个报告。那在倡议方面呢，除了记者会，我刚才有提到，不好意思，我时间快到了，就是这个我很想要特别讲一下，就是刚才我们讲到的行动，社品有攀爬队的志工，那我本人就是这个是我本人也是其中一个我非常喜欢这个攀爬队的志工的行动。那这个是在你现在如果去西门町6号出口的话，就会看到我们对全联超商的一个诉求。那大家第一个问题就是说，为什么是 target 全联，为什么不是家乐福或者是其他的量贩店？其实这个是因为我们塑胶每一年都会对零售业做这个减塑的评比。那在今年的结果发现，全联是退步最多，而且他们是这个营收最大的一个通路，所以我们对他提出这个领头羊的一个诉求，希望他可以从头减塑。好，然后我再回到绿色和平办公室这边在做什么。其实我们真的有各式各样不同的人才，我觉得是蛮卧虎藏龙嘛，可以这样讲。对，所以这边都是我在台北办公室的同事，像是Jenny 她是塑胶组的研究员，所以刚才那个微塑胶的研究都是她在负责的。那雨桐，我觉得他的背景也蛮特别，他是政大外交系，然后外交研究所，然后后来到美国去处理台美关系外交的经验有长达7年呢。他现在来到我们办公室做的是海洋专案，因为海洋专案必须要跟很多不同办公室的同事去做这个远洋的调查，还有一些揭露，所以说我觉得他蛮适合做这个工作。那另外一个义军在最右边君，他是在我们的 Diversity and Inclusion Department， 对我们有一个 D&I 的部门呢，他的背景也是他是读人权的这个研究，所以我觉得他在这个位置也非常适合。所以我觉得其实你都可以在绿色和平去找到一个适合你的工作，去放大你的价值。好，那在这边再讲一下全球的串联，就是很高兴大家应该就是都可以在外面看到我们那个装置。我们在今年就是结合欧盟的这个行动去做了 Youth Voice， 然后想要收集更多人青年的声音，所以这种全球的串联我们也是蛮常在做的。好，下一页，最后就是也是一个这个 QR code， 你如果扫的话就会到104的网站。对，那我们就是直接告诉大家说，其实绿色和平就有很多你想象不到，因为原来我可以发挥我所长在这个地方。如果你对于环境议题的倡议有兴趣的话，都欢迎来联络我们，谢谢。
好，谢谢瑞卡介绍这个世界最有指标性的这个环境组织啊，绿色和平。那他们在台湾，其实在这几年，我想各位很多都可以在这个捷运旁边看到这些很多志工我们曾经我们也都参与了这些相关的这些捐款啊。那我觉得这个改变是出现的，我们大家看到在不同领域都可以有一些贡献啊。你可以在智库，你可以在私部门的产业，在 NGO， 就有扮演不一样的角色。那最后一位我讲今天也很重要，就来自政府部门啊，所以我想公部门我们大家讲说人在公嘛好修行啊。那其实在政策里面的影响其实蛮大啊，所以我们大家谈到了这些很多有的是要影响政策，那政策还要再影响。那我想今天直接在行政院，尤其在气候变迁办公室这几年刚成立的北平来分享一下在公部门这个办公室里面的一些相关心得。来，我们掌声欢迎。
大家好，我是林海婷，我来自于行政院环保署的气候变迁办公室。那气候变迁办公室呢，是去年7月我们署里面成立的任务编组，主要是因应就是这几年来气候变迁议题逐渐受到大家重视，还有最近的那个气候危机越来越大，所以我们就成立了这气候变迁办公室。那同时我们也因应就是要推动就是循环经济其实是推动净零减碳也是一个很重要的一部分，所以在去年我们同步也成立了资源循环办公室。那 我们办公室这边是我今天主要会介绍，就是说我们办公室大概在做哪些工作，以及我们署里面的大概包含有哪些的单位，他们在从事哪些的工作。那最后呢，因为前面几位就是伙伴他们都已经分享了，就是各自在自己领域所从事的相关绿色工作经验。那今年呢，3月份的时候，台湾政府也已经公布2050路径图，也就是说，我们为了接下来台湾已经规划从各个面向、各个领域规划，我们应该要怎么做来达到2050净零的这个目标。那也就是等于是说，大家分享那一部分，我再帮大家做一下 review， 大家可能会比较有一个更整体的一个概念。好，就我们气候变迁办公室来说呢，像我自己的部分，我主要是负责跟气候政策的一些国际合作的业务，那包含我们会在多边以及一些双边的领域上面。那多边就是例如说像 WTO 或 Pact、OECD， 因为近年来就是气候的议题会逐渐的跟贸易的议题会有做结合，所以我们其实这个部分我们慢慢的也都接触到一些像是这些多边的组织，他们逐渐在重视这个气候议题，所以我这个部分也有负责。那双边就是包含说我们跟不同国家，像是因为欧盟它最近就是推出碳边境防御机制这个部分，所以我们其实也一直在跟欧盟那边就是有在做联系，跟我们有等于是有就是说有沟通。那因为目前这个 C 班它目前还是草案阶段嘛，那我们也想说等到这个 C 班正式实施之后呢，台湾在接下来开始征收碳费这件事情的话，那到欧盟这些台湾的产品出口到欧盟的时候，能不能做那个碳费的抵减等等的。所以，然后还有包含像是我们前阵子才跟越南那边有做过一些双边交流，因为像他们国家是现在的是全世界各个国家都已经已经有130几个国家陆陆续续已经都提出要在2050年达到净零嘛，那其实越南也是，所以我们就是双边有做一些政策的交流。那我们办公室的话，除了这些国际合作以及气候变迁政策，还有这个部分之外，那当然我们对于产业界的排放量管理这个部分也是有，包含说像是就是从最近就是比较可能大家都比较有看到相关议题，就是碳盘查的部分。因为像盘查跟查证，还有就是碳排量的标准等等这一块。那另外还有一部分就是当然就是气候变迁调适的议题。那以我们署里面来说的话，我们是行政院的行政院下面的单位，我们署里面大概总共有600多人，那就包含有8个业务单位。其实我们所负责的范围是从天空到地上，到海边都有，就是包含说空气、水、土壤、地下水，还有像是环评啊、环境教育啊等等，这些都是属于我们的负责的范畴。那当然除了还有像是毒物跟化学品这些也是。那除了我们在中央单位之外，在各个地方政府的话，我们其实也都跟各个地方政府有紧密的合作，也就是大家都互相在推动这些环保政策。那接下来呢，我就是简单的再回顾一下，今年由国发会就是带领各个部会共同发布了这个2050净零路径的部分。那等于是也提供大家一个比较，就是一个 overview 的，这样来看一下说，在政府部门现在发布的这个2050净零之外，它可以带动民间的哪些绿色就业机会？以净零来讲的话，我们目前就是主要是会 focus 在能源、产业、生活还有社会4大转型里面。那当然不可或缺就是包含有科技研发，还有法治的基础这个部分要相互来配合。那以能源转型来讲呢，主要就是要打造零碳的能源系统，提升能源系统韧性，还有要开创绿色成长。那这个部分就是说，像我们要最大化再生能源，就是像目前太阳能跟风电是比较成熟的。那我们接下来 就是极大化吧去发展它之外，也会搭配一些像是地热、海洋能等等的前瞻能源。那另外就是说，像接下来也会导入氢能去做发电，还有就是逐步把燃煤电厂改换成燃气电厂，然后等等的部分。那提升能源系统韧性的部分是包含说，因为能源就是去扩充再生能源的电网基础设施，还有关相关的储能设备。那这个部分呢，就是其实我这边就跳过。那在制造部门的部分，在产业转型的部分，在制造部门主要就是就制程改善，去开旧换新一些设备，然后导入节能数位化的管理系统，还有就是开发氢气的技术以及含氟气的消减，因为含氟气它的那个温暖显示其实是比二氧化碳大很多的。那另外在能源转换的部分，也就是扩大去使用天然气，还有生质能源，以及使用绿电还有氢能。那循环经济的部分也是像我们署里面就是一直在推动的，就是废弃物衍生燃料，像是家庭垃圾可以再做成燃料棒，然后提供像是给水泥业当做燃料使水泥业跟造纸业去做使用。那建筑部门的话，在今年的目标就是在2050年的时候，有100%的新建筑跟85%的自有建筑，它会是要达到零碳建筑的目标。那当然就会从新建的建筑、既有建筑，还有家电设备，例如说它的那个能效基准，还有就是去开发一些减碳技术和减碳的建筑工法，这样子来做达成。那希望是借由就是有公有建筑逐渐带领民间建筑的转型。那在运输部门呢，现在我们的目标是在2040年，所有的电动车还有电动机车，它的市售率达到100%。那除了运具的电动化之外，就是也会去提升就是强化公共运输，还有去改善大家人行步道，以及一些自行车啊、自行车道等等的。那接下来也会针对私人汽机车去做管理，也逐步的去推动共享汽机车这一块。那接下来生活转型的部分，其实就是等于是从大家生活食衣住行娱乐每一个部分去做转型，就包含说你在低碳饮食嘛，大家采买的时候买需要的，然后或者是吃多少点多少等等这一些。那还有就是使用取代游泳，就是使用它的服务，而不是使用这个服务，而不是拥有这个产品本身。那还有刚刚像是零碳的循环建筑，还有刚刚提到的低碳运输网络，以及其实这个生活转型有很大一个部分，就是我们要跟全民对话，然后大家一起来做这个行动，就是从每个人开始做起。那另外一块社会转型的部分，基本上社会转型就是包含公正转型跟公民参与嘛。那公正转型，我们就希望不要每一个人都要一起往净零的路上迈进。那这个低碳研发科技研发部分就包含有低碳科技、能源科技、负碳科技以及循环科技等等。那主要就是希望说公部门跟民间部门一起来合作，然后而且一起往目标迈进。那在法制的部分呢，这个部分其实是因为各部会都有参与其中。那就我们部分，当然就是我们组里面目前正在修订温室气体减量及管理法，要把2050净零这个目标正式入法。那接下来的话，这个也就是说，在刚刚介绍了比较多之后，就盘点了12项关键战略。那就我们环保署来说，就是第8跟第10资源循环零废弃还有净零绿生活的部分。那这个就是我们目前修法的经过一读，那接下来会期应该会在立法院继续做审查。所以简单就是介绍了一些可能大家在净零的路上，大家看得到未来的绿色就业机会。那所以其实因为大家都气候变迁都已经是目前在发生，所以大家都是净零减碳时代。那我们也很欢迎，就是所有的青年朋友，不管是加入政府部门的绿色就业机会，或者是刚刚提到的那些民间的一些绿色就业机会，我们都很欢迎。谢谢大家。
针对现在政府部门刚提出来的这个2050年台湾净零路径做了一些介绍，还有刚刚他在这边的相关的参与。我想政府部门拨划这个，我个人这个我觉得非常非常的重要，也是各位这个世代其实非常关键的政策。台湾大概很少，或是这可能是唯一一个重要的法案里面，把这个所谓2050这样这么长远的目标放进法案里面过去很多法案顶多5年、8年、10年，这很少有这样的方案。那国际上虽然有130几个国家宣誓，可是只有大概10多个国家把它真正立法，所以台湾这个已经是一个重要的政策，我相信会影响各位的未来。就像刚刚提到这么多面向的政策，需要很多人来投入。那今天我想非常难得有这样的机会，他们做了一轮的报告，所以我可以开放1、2个问题，可以吗？在时间还允许的情况下，是不是就1、2个问题那是难得的机会，让大家可以多一些交流，是不是？难得的机会，是不是各位来开放这里？线上我不知道有没有，是不是线上1个或这里1个？来，有没有？不用客气，我想各种任何领域。另外，我相信他们都开放一些实习的机会所以这个不要客气。因为刚刚今天在谈这些，如果大家不知道自己的 career 或等等，我觉得实习就是一个很好的机会，去看看学习到底在办公室在干什么可以从这些开始做参与，有没有？好，请。
刚才看的是没有。
请同仁这边帮忙。是。那是不是直接可以讲？好，谢谢。直接可以说，直接可以。坏掉。坏掉了是吧？同仁跟线上不了的，还是现在？
目前这样没有。
线上现在没有。
你好，江哥好，我想要一个问题，想要请教孙经理，就是我是交大的学生，然后我长期就是蛮关注就是海洋生态的问题，尤其是哺乳类。那我刚才有看到就是您简报的内容，就是在整个这个离岸发电的施工的流程，就是从一开始的环评到最后的除役。可是就是在环评阶段，还有在后面的生态维护这边，其实都有一些生态的一些维护的这些行动在里面。可是其实就是如果关注的话，就是说像台湾西海岸，就是有台湾那个中华白海豚，然后基本上他们最受影响的阶段就是在施工的阶段。然后我刚才就是在您的简报里面，我没有提及说在施工阶段会有任何对这些生态的持续的追踪或观测。然后想要请问，可能是什么样的原因，所以没有这样的一个观察？
要不要直接先回应？
谢谢，因为时间太短，所以没有机会说太多。对，针对这一块，我们叫做 MMO， 就是 Marine Mammal Observer， 也是一个 green job。基本上就是在我们的船上，他们会做 observation， 就是会看到底在750米以内会不会看到白海豚。然后我们也有做一些针对打桩的时候，我们会做一个我们英文叫做 double bubble curtain， 就是来防止那个，就是我们有一个环保署有一个167 dB 的一个限制，就是750米一定要少过168 dB， 然后我们会做那个 double bubble curtain， 针对打桩时候的一些地质啊，针对那个 pulse size， 就是那个 diameter 多大，我们会做一个 analysis， 然后会来评估到底需要多少层 bubble curtain， 多少层 hydro sound damper， 还是我们打桩的时候，第一我们会先用轻轻的打桩，然后轻轻打桩，然后已经会开始把那些白海豚他们会听到这些小声音，他们就已经会远离。然后基本上这就是一些我们做的一些环保的措施。我有答到你的问题吗？
可以简单补充一下，因为我从头到尾参与。那基本上有很多，现在还有可能还有那个叫做观测船那个其实在台湾或者在环评上也有很多限制，就是说刚刚提到在一开始先把他们再赶走。那另外刚刚有很多特殊的工法，他提到一些泡泡或其他国外的一些方式，确保他们离开之后，他们才能开始施工。那现在也训练很多，今天有很多环团没有来，我不知道 Greenpeace 怎么参与 有很多这种观测员啊，他们有很多船都要一起参与出海啊，在这些观测员都同时看到觉得都 OK 的时候才可以施工。我觉得在台湾至少不敢做到100%，但我想已经做了很多努力啊。可以，如果后续我们可以再提供一些资料，所以我们真的希望这个部分呢，真的把台湾这个很珍贵的，在这个部分能保存的比较好。是，好，线上不知道有没有其他的议题？这一题啊，这边还有一题是，那我们优先现场。
你好，我是政治大学财管系的学生，然后想要问就是台中院的婉婷研究员，因为您刚刚说到很多关于永续金融的方面的事情，然后我最近想要从事看看永续金融方面的学术研究，然后想要知道说永续金融现在遇到什么样的困难，然后有没有什么样的学术研究是真正能促进永续金融。那因为刚好主持人也是学者，那教授也可以提供一些就是可能学术研究方面的经验，谢谢。
好，谢谢。我请婉婷，可能 Ken 这边也可以提供。
谢谢主席，然后谢谢我们的那个政大的同学这样子。那应该说政大的学妹，因为我刚好也是政大经济系跟外交系毕业的。那这边提到就是永续金融的，你对永续金融学术研究有兴趣，那我一定要先 promote 一下，就是我们公司也有提供很多的实习机会，所以其实会后也都可以来联系一下，就是说如果对这个政策内容有兴趣的话，那在问题里面就是我想也想再跟你交流一下，就是说关于困难点，就是您提到的这个困难点是什么？是指说在台湾推动气候金融的困难点，或者是什么样子的面向这样子？那因为我觉得在政策的推动上，其实它都会是循序渐进的，就是国际的标准一定是会先出来，因为在国际上毕竟它汇集了很多的一个专家学者，就是最精英的精英来讨论这套标准，而且像这样金融体系，它其实高度跟国际接轨，所以我觉得这种标准制定上会是由国际这边来进行，然后再慢慢的导入各个国家。那像这样相关的规范，其实台湾导入的也没有算比较慢，因为也并不是每个国家都已经立法或者是有非常完整的实施。那只是说在其他鼓励的面向上是有观察到，觉得说，台湾其实或许还可以再更 promote 的地方，因为我觉得在欧美地区可以看到更多的一些创新的金融商品，是可能在台湾的一个金融的环境比较保守的氛围底下，可能像一些Fintech 或是一些新科技下面，然后再让更多的参与者有更多的一个创作的空间，所以这个监理，然后跟这个创意金融工具之间的一个怎么样的去权衡，我觉得这也是可能未来可以关注的一个议题。
好，谢谢。我觉得刚刚的问题其实是大哉问啊，因为所有东西推动，如果说你从假设完全从没有到有，第一个是其实它需要试行，因为其实前面特别谈到 solution 是需要循序渐进的，所以如果你一个新的政策一刀切下去，你在没有任何试行跟讨论它利弊得失的状态底下，你可能得到一个新的 point， 可能你另外会损失很多很多东西，然后也许会造成非常多，就是譬如说我讲一个最简单的例子，大家最近在谈数位转型，数位转型或者是像 COVID， 其实它就是一种大环境的改变，跟这个气候变迁是一样的道理。但大家也知道嘛，其实 ETC 当年推动的时候，你整个全台湾是世界第一条高速公路做全条 ETC 的，然后就非常多的上面其实他也没做什么错，就是收费员，你知道每天就在那边收那个票，他们就没工作了。那对他来讲，他本来这一辈子做，然后而且他算是半个公务员，对不对？但他就是在这种数位转型底下，他造成人力上面的调整，他就没工作。所以回头来讲，气候金融这件事情，刚刚婉婷前面介绍过，它其实从15年、17年、19年，它开始国际上面就有一些标准出来，台湾其实算演进很快的。那但是引进来之后，第一件事情是台湾的在地脉络跟国际上不见得一样，所以有些像刚刚谈的国际金融商品进到台湾来，其实没有市场，因为那个在地环境上面不见得人家愿意买。 那目前的状态是，金管会那边其实从一开始黄主委上来，他就推了非常多有关于国际永续金融的接轨，其实包括一开始谈这个欧盟永续分类标准，其实在前2年就已经开始从几个不同领域，包括建筑业，然后运输业、制造业，有一些小组的讨论，草案都出来了。可是对相关的企业来讲，就是他后来会开始评估说，好，那我真的采取欧盟现在的标准下去的时候，我在台湾试行下去，我其实会有实际评估上面的困难点。我回头讲是这样。那或者譬如说像最近，你知道那个金管会3月份搭着整个近邻路径图，所以他们也推永续路径图出来，然后要求所有上市柜公司5年内要做盘查，然后接下来验证。那盘查只是第一步，因为后面你要具体减量。那最近智库其实开始处理盘查的议题，我们就发现，即使是上市柜公司，我要跟你讲，不是他以为上市柜公司他该要有的数据都有，没有，他会发现他开始慌张了，他很多数据是没有的。然后刚刚讲到范畴3或者是其他，他有些东西他必须他自己有的，他想办法生；有些是他的生产的供应链，你知道他订单很多是小厂商提供给他的。他就没有数据啊，没有数据怎么办呢？他必须要盘查啊。那难道他就把这些小厂商，对不起，你不能给我，那以后我就不跟你订货了吗？那小厂商就 out。你知道台湾的90%的中小企业有可能因为这样子，以后就没有订单了，因为大厂商需要。我最近遇到的状况是，譬如说我去基隆做工商会的那个演讲，就你知道10个人小公司，他们的大厂商是那个大客户长荣，大牌长荣那个长荣，他就说他们就被询问说，哎，请问你们家的有没有减碳计划？他说一开始他根本不知道什么，他说听完演讲他知道了，可是从他来讲他怎么减？那如果没有，那可能接下来长荣的订单他们就拿不到。大部分台湾的90%是这样的中小企业，所以我觉得其实这在里头就是很多新的规则你要下去的时候会需要处理。那更进一步，譬如说我们最近看到像 TCFD， 很多银行就开始做，银行开始做以后，那前一段时间我们开了一个高峰会，那时候也是主委来开场的一个气候金融高峰会。结果我不讲是谁，但是反正就是有一家国内认为是模范生的银行，非常非常大的银行，然后他在上面讲完说，哎，我的这个 TCFD 报告很棒很棒，就底下另外一个国家单位就直接说，你刚刚讲的那个报告整个资讯是错的，害那个总经理在上面就脸就绿了这样。对，就是我觉得这个部分其实很多东西，你如果新规则要下去，它是需要很多方法论必须要出来，然后要循序渐进。我想这个是在目前来讲，我觉得气候金融我们一直在往很多刚刚讲 make all the jobs green， 但是中间其实是需要 solution 的。我想这个提供你参考，谢谢。
谢谢，因为这方面时间不够，我到时候私底下再回应你。那基本上我们在谈金融，其实大家想说现在从绿色到气候，然后甚至到永续的金融哦。那其实，在金管会上礼拜也刚召开了一个所谓永续金融的这个先行者联盟，他找了5家公司哦，在做比较好的开始哦。所以我是在基本上就鼓励大家多参与类似的论坛，可能有更多的资讯，还有找到更多的利害关系者哦。我用这个先回应啊，等一下再看还有没有其他。时间的关系，可能是必须 close， 线上有没有？还是
线上还没有？
没有哦。那不知道现场还有没有在最后一次的机会？好，刚最后一位，那今天有2位，我们就让他都2位都回应啊，既然都提了。然后后面呢，在前面的先生请。
喂，不好意思，我是那个中兴大学全球研究的硕士生，然后呢，我有一个问题想要问环保署的林继正小姐，就是我想问一下，因为台湾不是UNFCCC 的签署国嘛，然后也不是巴黎协议下面的会员国，那在巴黎协议下那个签署国他们是可以透过签双边协议啊等等的来进行一些碳额度的转换。那想请问一下，政府在这方面，就是台湾有什么作为吗？就是要努力参与这方面。
就这个问题，我就简单回应一下，就是说，台湾虽然不是联合国的会员国，不过我们还是有单边在遵循，就是像那个气候公约以及巴黎协定等等的相关的规定。 那您现在提到的应该是有关巴黎协定第6条相关的一些国际合作减量额度等等那些的规范。那就这个部分的话，我们其实目前也都正在，因为近期就是因为那个去年部分巴黎协定第6条规则书算是比较有一个明确的内容出来，所以就我们自己内部的话，我们目前也都还在盘整跟研拟说有没有什么可能性，未来台湾虽然不是不是联合国的会员国，可是怎么样可以加入这一套机制？这样简单回应你。
材料的啊，喂，
可以。
我是做材料的哈，有一个小小的，大概我那个功能主要就是说，我用这个卫生纸，只要你不擦鼻涕的哈，就是没有那个问题的了哈，没有这个东西就可以做成抗氮抗镭射的材料哦。那你看看那个垃圾桶有多少？我大概有一段时间我跑美国、加拿大，我第一个动作哈，都是机场下飞机哦，不是有时候会上1号啊，我去看那个垃圾桶，看那个纯度好不好哈，就是有发现有一个办法，就是没有擤鼻涕的方面都可以用，而且后来又发现了这个材料做出来以后功能性这么好。还可以 multi recycle。你如果今天看到这个不漂亮，不要改变形状哦。那唯一的就是台湾的机械业有那种机械的那种头脑，我是有看到哦。那这个东西是不是在我们节能减碳这里面呢？我们把温度控制在一个，就比如说我今天是住这个屋子里面的，那这个屋子就用这个材料哦。那个木头也可以，材料都可以这样子的话省能源，就把能源控制住。冷热哦，大概那个我们的那个中央科学研究院测试的结果，负200度到2600度可以把它阻断，而且事实上后面那个温度还更高了，因为再讲高下去的话哈，很多人就不高兴，因为我们的我们的那个国家规范哦。
请问您的问题可不可以再精确一下？所以您要提的问题是对
温度阻断对我们的节能减碳的关系，还有废料的使用。
OK，
大量废料哦，大量的废料哦，因为我跑美国跑了太多趟，本来要供应，结果国家当时叫我回来，这个不能供给你，因为那个跟军火也有关系的，所以讲到。
谢谢，我想
45年来都没有卖到1毛钱，那我不对。你看我是老人嘛，这里面算是老人。好，就这样子。
好，谢谢。我想材料或等等是很重要的，这个循环材料等等这个部分很重要。我不知道 Ken 或许可以回答一下，因为在那个建筑的部分，然后我不知道我的理解对不对，但是我知道现在其实我是非常认同那个循环技术。刚提到那个12个大战略里面也就有一个资源循环，我们对，我们现在其实也是希望在未来近邻的路径的里面，所有的这个资料材料都循环。刚刚我才讲另外一个座谈会，现在很多电脑公司和台湾的电子产品，现在他们都希望从材料里面就开始可以做很多循环的部分。好，那因为时间的关系，我想我们等一下就请会后再跟这些在先进这边再做一些交流。今天非常谢谢线上的朋友，还有今天在场的，以及特别是5位这些从来自各领域的专家分享他们在这个绿色职涯相关的这些经验。我想这边给各位很多年轻的朋友或是关心的朋友，其实我相信在台湾，其实就我自己的经验资源其实是非常多的，最近各类的论坛其实非常风起云涌的举办，所以刚刚提到的很多问题，各位可能努力的去参与，不管是线上或线下。或大量的阅读，然后希望去行动好，我想今天再次热烈掌声，我们谢谢在场的这边，谢谢大家。
谢谢主持人与谈人的精彩分享。接下来即将进行分组讨论，所有来宾将有机会与不同产业专家进行与绿色就业机会相关的对话。在第1轮分组讨论中， 每位来宾都已经被分配到指定组别，请各位查看工作人员提供给您的贴纸颜色，该颜色即代表您的组别。确认完毕后，请跟随现场工作人员的指引，移动到指定讨论区。每一轮讨论时长为6分钟。
很早的。啊，对吗？先到那边会有。
你是空位的。
对对。
这是白蓝色的。
刚刚听到。后来到店就把东西来到，就是味道没有。本来就想要听中文。就是根本不懂。那他说他们我们看他们就穿洋装。
或者是 Q&A 也知道。
蓝色组别请移动到舞台左方。红色、绿色、黄色组别请移动到舞台后方。绿色组别请移动到舞台右方。
我前几天的代表。之前应该蛮有名的设定，对，我了解。然后我们17号会有第一轮是的。17号 ，OK。
请现场有需要翻译需求的与会贵宾可以来台前。
然后但我之前为什么这个可以靠，因为还有线上，对，这倒是海大绿色老师要休息，所以这首如果的话，你说那个是
来宾找到组别之后，就可以直接加入讨论。现场如果有还没有找到组别的贵宾，可以往红色组前进。
就是你刚才讲第4组的范畴啊。好，不好意思，因为这里地形比较奇怪，所以我刚刚以为你们聊天，我在我时间，然后我懂光临喽，然后上来实习，觉得有很多实习的需求的，有参加过，在这边想说这样做打面对面，像我有参加过年饭的活动，有一个。然后不好听气候公民的平台，你是那个就是那个叫做什么学校园的那个那个是有，我知道，我想起来了，我还有我在角落默默的做记录错，但这里真的有蛮多东西要修，很期待那个太感谢了，后续我会再跟就是各个社团再联系这样。那个平台的话，它是一个网站平台，就是如果大家对气候政策有兴趣的话，那先介绍一下我们公司，就是台湾众人那我们公司本身主要是能源政策是大众，那因为气候政策其实跟能源政策是不太相关的，所以变成说我们的气候政策就在分支出来变成了一帖。那我们主要是做中央的气候政策研究，然后刚刚提到就是我刚才一些就算是研究的重点领域，其中也是公众参与。那所以资讯揭露的这部分就
还蛮重要，所以我们就有一个网站，经营一个网站名叫气候公民对话平台，它的网址比较好记，叫 climatetalks.com 这样子 ，climate talks。然后它上面的话就是，其实上面的资讯也还没有到，我觉得气候资讯的转译其实是很困难，就是气候变迁它的所以我们大概转译到的层级是那个平台上，我觉得资讯是可能还比较适合 NGO 或是有在关注这个议题的人。那他对于台湾的一些政策的一些进度情绪，那我们尽量让他用比较在视觉或是比较亲近一点的方式在呈现。然后我们现在也持续在优化，就是说看能不能让他资讯揭露的部分在让大家是对这些资讯有更意义这样。这个气候 climate talks 的这个功能，所以就欢迎大家可以 follow， 然后也可以就是有什么任何使用上的 feedback 也可以跟我说这样。对。哦，这个的话是因为我们之前在做使用者优化这个平台的时候，那我们想了解一下使用者的意见，所以我就办一些使用者体验。那我们那时候的线主要都是比较是推荐式的这样，因为其实我们那个名额也不多，所以我们就想说，先从学校的部分有这样的社团，是感觉他们应该都长期在关注，就先邀请他们来这样。然后另外我觉得，不是我在讲，你们有什么特别想了解的其他的部分？等下数到再说。好啊，好啊。那站在这里是对这个工作或是公共政策特别有兴趣，或者是就是有没有希望我多分享面向，或者是建议的？社会工作内容就是帮国家调查或研究了解。会叫智库，是因为我不是确定是因为国外他们叫 think tank， 然后他们就是叫办。那像我们研究院，其实就是我们除了政府端，其实办的也有在扶持一些企业。但我觉得我们的定位上会是比较偏，假设我们跟顾问业，我觉得最大的差别是顾问业主可能要经营管理这个面向去制定策略。那这我们的话是比较政策的面向，所以即使我们是服务企业，我也不是帮你去制定一个你的营运策略，我是帮你去讨论它可能，例如说面对现在新的法规，它的整个公司要怎么去应对，它需要做哪些事情，我们就是真的会很扣回公共政策上使用。那所以其实我们不外乎，我们最主要当然因为公共政策嘛，所以最主要还是就服务政府去制定公共政策。那其实就我觉得公共政策形成大概就3个环节，就是它从0到有的这个节奏是一个，然后再来从有了之后要具体点是要规范，那一条一条东西要写出来，跟最后在推动的时候，当然前面有一些前辈提到，就是制度在实施的时候，就会在社会上有很多的冲击。那所以最后端的，包括你去辅导，你怎么去辅导所有的相关的人去能够因应或者是认识这个制度，这个也是一环。所以就其实这3个阶段。然后我自己觉得大概就是比起真正就是那像中央研究院这种。就是纯的研究，他们是100%研究工作。那我觉得我们然后假设例如说政府或企业，他们会讲极端一点，就是100%业务，还要一直去推动做他的该做的事情。那我们就介于中间，我觉得就是50%，然后就是去衔接这个阶段之间的一个沟通这样子。
你是有点像是的，还有自己就是有点像协助政府来就是去修改政策。
觉得可以算是，因为政策这个东西，其实我觉得我自己是刚好觉得我自己也是比较少政府并且就是说政府公共政策其实是为公民社会去服务，所以它其实除了你 其实是被动，所以是环境塑造的政策，所以环境在变，政策也就一定会要一致调整。如果你不调整的话，就有点像，不知道假设环境是水流或是什么的，那你的政策，因为你政策就是一些规范去引导这些经济体的活动。那你规范如果没有，就是你这个水管，
各位贵宾提醒您，第一轮讨论时间已经结束，请尽速进行总结后移动到其他组别。接下来，各位贵宾不再受到指定组别的限制，可以自由选择有兴趣的组别加入讨论。谢谢您。
经济发展目标。然后就是就像公民，然后是这样来，了解我。最近是还是以公共政为团队小编，一个大多数企业的起步是这样，或是真的受到。能源，现在一些比较新的能源企业，或是像外资比较大的，那这种如果是比较中游中东这种，它可能是它现在面临到新的活动。
刚刚有人说可以代表台湾到我们去参加台湾青年论坛，然后我一直讲这一块。OK， 就是去年有在调查，因为去年5月是台湾56年来最低的环境，然后所以台湾又是一支半导体大国，所以半导体又是一个就是超级质量这样子。所以我们是有调查说，它在这个缺水的情况下会怎么去排水，是有从这个角度。所以会想要请问政府在这个部分处理方式，就是像各个产业他们的水调度，或者是就是在水方面政府的
感谢你的提问。这里呢，就比较讲到这个限制，我们在做议题工程，所以每个议题，所以我总结要讲之后，其实我对水这块不熟，因为我主要是比较我们的对气候这边的比较主要是偏重于能源是碳量的变化有关能源之后。所以水我知道很重要，但是恰好不在我去这个范畴实在太大，议题很大。对我们智库来讲，其实你都会觉得说，哎，好像你的领域很少，然后小小的，就是好像你怎么只会这些？可是其实因为我们会往下，对，我们会往下到很深的，一直到最后的动，所以我可能就比较不是这样子换的类型，然后但是很多新，好厉害，是外交部的活动。
对，因为也有在海委会底下的台湾海洋国际青年之论，
那我也想要承诺一下，那个就今天有一个讲者，那个台湾青年气候对，我觉得如果真的就有兴趣，然后又想要 network 的青年们。像你这种感觉，应该就是那过程家，或是我觉得大家会想要聊聊，真的可以加入。我觉得这是一个很好的方法。台湾，你好像就是以前常这里有，
今年是对，我在过去分配，可是因为他好像申请大了，
了解，在做什么？就是怎么突然变成
上门他们有青年来已经很这个时候蛮我觉得
当下那一年在的时间，你会加入他的到一个比较它是个然后在里面其实就很多的，像其实我自己我在里面的人脉，我觉得就有就是至少就都比较好的，在 Nccu， 然后在其他技术，然后在声音的那这样子的连接其实还蛮重要的，因为你们一起做过一些 project， 一些情感，然后你之后你想要去做串联的时候，我觉得都会是大家做什么小什么。原来就我们早期的时候。了解，欢迎大家加入。老师在这里面你担任些什么？你说几个老师？哦，你是我吗？我其实就是有很多朋友在里面，但是我因为工作比较忙，确实也没有办法，因为我知道自己的组织是我已经出社会，所以其实我没有办法参与当中的。然后它确实比较适合是去办一些活动，例如气候游行或者是什么的，然后你就会从做里面下，我说看你的诉求是什么，就是有点像他刚刚讲的，其实他内部会有一些 training， 就是有一些前辈在传承一些观，有些人是想知道政策好，有些人是想知道国际的部分，然后国际谈判的部分，他们就可以最后的结果是，如果有名额的话，我记得都是会去参加之后，就是他们气候会的击打。然后，而且他在气候公约的大会里面，他有，我记得有专门青年的那个青年的组织，而且是 UN 青年，所以他其实也会办一些。
各位贵宾，分组讨论时间还剩下最后5分钟，再请把握时间，感谢您的配合。
主题是问他要怎么进去。成年
那时候我是直接发生那个。
经济部就是这样子，他在做这个。就是
心理现在做没错。
晚上还真的是对，我们要对，不行。也是去。
对吧？呀。我说这一个，我还有一个故事。
各位贵宾，分组讨论时间已经正式结束，请回到您的座位，参与闭幕式。
都拍照，然后这个实习了吧？
感谢各位贵宾热烈参与讨论。现在，请您尽速就座，参与闭幕式。
快乐的时光总是过得特别的快，真的快。知道闭幕式的人是谁？知道闭幕式的人是谁？对对对。
At the end of today's forum, we're honored to have Ms. Angeline Senzei, Political Officer of European Economic and Trade Office in Taiwan, to deliver her closing remarks.
It is on. It's on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the kind introduction. Since everyone already did the advertisement of the traineeship, let me also do mine. So the European Economic and Trade Office also has traineeship positions. So please take our social media and join us. I think we would be more than happy to have bright and young minds sharing common values to our team. So it is, of course, a great honor to close this remark, to close today's forum. And someone is giving me a sign to take off my mask, so I will oblige. So firstly, I would like to start by thanking you all. So of course, the speakers for their excellent presentations and their inspiring ideas. The session moderators also for animating and leading the discussions, and the organizers for making this forum possible, so all the little hands as well. And most importantly, I would like to thank all of you, the participants, without your contribution, your ideas, your questions, really good questions, by the way, this forum would not have been such a success. So thank you. And I truly hope that today's discussion has inspired you to continue the fight against climate change and to make your voice heard, to demand more climate action worldwide, but also to give you a better idea of what is possible for your future and maybe your future careers. One of the goals of today's forum was to provide a platform for European and Taiwanese climate experts and activists to exchange on the challenges and the opportunities of climate action. So for more than 30 years now, the European Union has been at the front line of the global fight against climate change. But of course, as you heard already today, acting alone is not enough. And I am more than happy to see Taiwan is also joining as a partner in the fight against climate change. So the objective of this year EU Climate Action Week was also to shine a light on the significant role of the young people in Taiwan, in the EU, but also globally, who are building a better and greener future. As today's event has proven, and I think everyone agrees, many young people in the EU and in Taiwan are already playing a crucial role in addressing the climate crisis, taking action and raising awareness globally and across the generations. So we all know that the transition to a decarbonized economy is not only essential to halting climate change, but is also a driver of economic growth with the potential to create, as we saw today, more green jobs. So, which is why today's forum was also the occasion to give the floor to professionals from different sectors of green jobs. And it is an open invitation to you all to move forward with confidence and hope for the future. So the responsibility is high, I know. The future of our planet is in our hands and in the hands of those who will be, of course, most affected by climate change, but also those who are the biggest drivers of change. So I want to thank you all again, participants, speakers, organizers, and all those who were involved online as well in the organization. And I hope, everyone, that you will continue the fight against climate change, whether as students or maybe in your future professional careers. Thank you.
That concludes the EU-Taiwan Youth Climate Forum. Honorable officials and all our distinguished guests, thank you all for joining us today. We wish you a pleasant evening. 今日的欧盟台湾青年之声论坛到此告一段落。再次感谢所有与会贵宾的莅临参与，并预祝您拥有一个美好的夜晚。我们再会。
大家上来拍照的吗？大家拍个照的，不然我们就要都了。